Chapter 872. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The explosive power in his body made Lan Feng scream uncontrollably. Awesome! His strength had doubled for no reason. Lan Feng felt that he was invincible, and a sense of heroism rose in his heart. But this feeling only lasted for a moment, and Qin Yu asked One Eye to retract it. He fell from heaven to the bottom of the valley. How could the young and impetuous Lan Feng hold it back? He begged and made a scene, and finally got One Eye to agree to let him feel such powerful strength. Of course, this was also approved by Qin Yu. He only asked one question. Are you sure you want to use such a method to forcefully increase your strength? Lan Feng was immersed in the powerful feeling just now. Of course. He nodded without hesitation. He even swore that no matter what happened, he would bear it alone. Qin Yu then asked One Eye to add another illusion on him, to make him think that his strength had increased. But everything he saw was real. What he felt was also real. It was just that there was some deviation in the power in his body. This kid really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. It's not that easy to forcefully increase one's strength. If he really exerts strength beyond this level, he's just squeezing himself dry. The dragon's soul was too lazy to remind him. Just now he wanted to persuade him, but before he could say anything, he was stopped. Then he might as well not say anything. Lan Feng forcefully increased his strength by himself. If there were any consequences, he would bear it himself. The city lord also wanted to let his son know the consequences of being rash and impulsive. So he didn't remind him. He just watched coldly from the side. Qin Yu took the lead and went out, seeing that it was empty outside. Only then did everyone realize that something was wrong. They had already escaped for so long. Why didn't anyone come over? The expected encirclement didn't appear. They could even walk around freely. You did this, thinking of the fluctuation from before, plus what was happening now. The only person who could do this was this young man that he couldn't see through. Qin, you didn't give any explanation. It won't be long before they arrive. Tell everyone to get ready. We can't just sit here and wait for them to attack. The guards all felt that they were already very powerful. None of them were afraid at all. They were even clamoring for a fight. Qin, you still didn't say anything. He just helped from the side. No matter what choice the city lord made, it had nothing to do with him. After the dragon's soul removed its innate ability, it didn't take long for someone to rush out. Moreover, they were all surrounded by layers and layers of them. They came in a menacing manner, as if they were not prepared to let anyone here go. I thought you guys wouldn't have a chance to make a comeback. Who would have thought that a new face would appear on the way? This unfamiliar face first entered the city and was discovered by their people. Then he directly eliminated the people he sent over. Who would have thought that just as he was going around the city to capture people, this person actually managed to sneak into the dungeon without anyone noticing? Furthermore, he had released everyone. How could he be willing to do that? He looked around and saw that everyone had been released. The wrinkled old man already knew what was going on. Looks like that trash Chi Chuan has already been killed by you guys. How useless. We interrogated you for so long and still couldn't get anything out of you. But do you think you can run away now? How naive. Lan Sha, how come I didn't know you were so naive? Lan Sha looked at the face in shock, but he already had his guesses. Now that he saw the person in person, he wasn't surprised. However, when Lan Feng heard his brother's name, he couldn't help but be stunned. He had never suspected Chi Chuan before, even though he felt that Chi Chuan's every move was very suspicious. However, he had never suspected that this person would actually choose to betray him, and even put his family in such a situation. Thinking of the injuries on Lan Sha's body, Lan Feng was unusually angry. Qin, you didn't care about these grudges at all. He was just using another method to pay back the 100-fold. A contract was just a formality. Everyone knew what was going on. A contract wasn't without loopholes. because there was no way to measure a favor with material things. The value of life was higher than anything else. Qin Yu had even repaid the value of these people many times over. However, he didn't want to get involved in other people's affairs. The old man who had appeared later hated him to the core. After all, Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul's appearance had ruined all his plans. Originally, everything had been a success. However, because of this person's sudden appearance, his plans had been completely ruined. The people who had been captured had all run out. Somehow, they were still full of energy and vigor. He even suspected that someone had betrayed him. Otherwise, how could these people have the antidote in their hands? Qin Yu didn't have the time to specifically steal the antidote. It was precisely because of this that the old man was shocked and even terrified when he thought about it. Capture all of them, especially that bastard who came out of nowhere. I'll make him suffer a fate worse than death. However, Qin Yu was now an arcane immortal. He hadn't used much strength before. Moreover, there were many things to do. Not many people noticed this. Even Lan Sha didn't notice this. Now, everyone was fighting together. Only then did someone notice that Qin Yu had already reached the arcane immortal realm. Lan Sha was so scared that his hands almost trembled and he threw his weapon away. This was something he had just snatched from the enemy's hands. If he didn't have a weapon, it wouldn't be easy to fight. Fighting against those who weren't weaker than him with his bare hands was almost courting death. In this world, only one Qin Yu could ignore all the rules. Qin Yu instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already beside the old man, and the people fighting with them had already suffered many casualties. It was almost a one-sided advantage. The old man kept retreating. Suddenly, he realized that he had bumped into someone. The Dragon Soul was actually guarding behind him. Now he couldn't advance or retreat. I'll fight it out with you. He was also an arcane immortal. Even at his age, he was still at this realm. The experience he had accumulated couldn't be underestimated. However, Qin Yu did not use a lot of strength and easily killed him. In the end, he returned with the head. Chapter 873. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy translation regarding this. Everyone was somewhat used to it. Qin Yu was able to kill so many mystic immortals so easily. He was just slightly stronger. Even after falling into his hands, he could only die with hatred. I really have to thank you this time. Lan Sha did not know how to thank him. After all, this was his family's matter. The so-called agreement was just a verbal promise. It did not include this at all. Even if Qin Yu were to look on coldly, that would also be fine. To him, this would instead save him a lot of trouble. Perhaps the heavens took pity on him. He had been conscientious all his life and had not done anything bad. That was why he had met Qin Yu. If the place that Qin Yu had landed at was not the Cloud Immortal City, now his entire family would die because of this. Not a single person would be left alive. Therefore, he could not express the gratitude in his heart. It's just a small matter. I just happened to meet you. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't have just stood by and watched. To him, it was just to return the favor of giving him a high-grade cultivation technique nuclear weapon. Moreover, it was just a small matter to him. It was just a small matter. But while it was a small matter for him, it was a big deal for Hazash's entire family. There were many corpses on the ground, but everyone was full of fighting spirit. Under the orderly arrangement, all the corpses were quickly cleaned up and burned without hesitation. When Lanfeng saw Qi Chuan's corpse, the last bit of hope in his heart was completely destroyed. Moreover, he had overheard the conversation earlier. How could he not piece together the truth of the matter? Lan Sha held a banquet with great fanfare. On one hand, it was to thank Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul for saving their lives. On the other hand, it was to announce to the mastermind that he was still alive. Not only was he alive, but he was also living a glorious life. He had taken back everything that belonged to him. It was impossible to force him to do anything. Now he had helpers by his side. Even if others wanted to do something to him, they would have to consider whether it was worth it. Many people knew about the incident at the city lord's mansion. However, no one took the initiative to step forward. Those who had the ability to step forward were either killed or bribed with large amounts of resources. Lan Shah did not like these people, but he did not do anything to them. Instead, he invited all of them to participate in this grand banquet. Congratulations! I didn't expect you to befriend such a capable young man. This person. You have good taste. Lan Shah was too embarrassed to say that this was someone he had wanted to rope in. He kept calling him his savior. He had already pushed Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul art translation, although everyone present was a little surprised. Lan Shah's attitude was too. But when they thought about it carefully, he had saved their lives after all, so they still maintained a tight facade. They were all smiling, but in their minds' translation. They were all. Suddenly there was a noise there. Isn't this the Donglin, immortal lord? Why is he? Why is he? Why is he? What you can translation to translation. How is translation? To not they were well aware of this matter. There were only a few people who could do such a big thing. Although the person behind the scenes had never revealed his identity, it was still possible to guess a thing or two. Maisha's expression didn't look too good when she saw who it was. He saw that Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul were still acting as if this matter did not concern them and had an indifferent expression. He couldn't help but step forward and give a few words of advice. He suspected that the Donglin immortal monarch had something to do with the previous incident. Although there was no evidence, he was certain of it. At the very least, the other party knew that someone was going to attack him. So what? If they make any moves, just kill them. Qin Yu didn't take this matter to heart. Naturally, he wouldn't pay too much attention to who did it. At most, he was just curious about what the other party wanted. An immortal monarch would at least have reached the immortal soul realm. Moreover, it was a very prestigious one. Their strength was also extremely powerful, which was why they were called immortal monarchs. If he was just an unaffiliated person, even if his strength was sufficient, no one would acknowledge this title. But such a person had captured Masha and even kept some of his men alive until he could turn the tables. If it was just for the Cloud Immortal City, then his goal would have been achieved long ago. He was only slightly curious about this, but he wouldn't pry into other people's privacy. The Dragon Soul was itching, but without Qin Yu's order, she didn't dare to ask casually. As for the one-eyed man, he was holding a pile of snow spirit ore and gnawing on it. It was an extremely rare ore. If used properly, it could greatly increase one's strength. Even in the entire Cloud Mountain City, only the city, Lord's Mansion, had some. It could be said to be a very valuable treasure. Maisha only collected some for her collection. Normally, she wouldn't bear to touch it at all. But at this moment, in order to express his gratitude, as well as for this great life-saving grace, he had no choice but to accept it. She took out all her collection without hesitation. This was just one of them. As it was the most precious, the one-eyed man couldn't bear to part with it. He had been drooling for a long time. Qin Yu looked at him and knew what he was thinking. These ores were of no use to him, so he gave them away casually. These dishes were quite exquisite, and all of them were made with rare materials. Phoenix tail jade prawns, sparrow tongue jade dragon porridge, holy snow soft frost. Each dish was extremely exquisite. Whether it was some extremely beautiful dishes, delicious porridge, side dishes, or some snacks, they all had very good names. As for the taste and texture, in Qin Yu's opinion, it was just so. After tasting it a few times, he put it down uninterestedly. At this time, the open and covert struggle between the Donglin immortal monarch and Maisha looked more interesting. I also want to thank the Donglin immortal monarch for taking care of me during this period of time. I really can't thank you enough. Here's a toast to you. As soon as these words came out, the expressions on everyone's faces stiffened at a speed visible to the naked eye. After all, these words were too targeted. But if one wanted to say it in detail, it seemed that there was nothing wrong with it, because it seemed like it was just on the surface. Everyone had done this kind of thing before, and they were very familiar with it. Maisha gritted his teeth in his heart. On the surface, he was still very good. After all, he didn't have any evidence, and his strength was slightly inferior. If he really wanted to be brazen and put everything on the table, he would be the one at a disadvantage. After this incident, he also understood that there were not many people in Cloud Immortal City who would help him. Chapter 874. Even if he was the city lord on the surface, these ingrates weren't even as good as Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul, who were his bargaining chips. At least they had helped him a lot at the critical moment. Moreover, they had rushed over from thousands of miles away. This was fate. Qin Yu was originally just sitting quietly in his seat and watching the show. But there were always some people who didn't know their place. Donglin, Immortal Monarch, didn't say anything, but the people around him couldn't help it. This is the young talent who saved the city lord's life, right? It seems that his strength is indeed not bad. He has already reached the early mystic immortal stage. Lance's expression was ugly. Even if someone targeted him, he wouldn't be so angry. However, Qin Yu was currently his savior. He even wanted to discuss this matter with Qin Yu in the future exchange gathering. Now that he mentioned Qin Yu like this, where did he put his face? Qin Yu slightly raises his hand to stop him from saying those words that he has not blurted out yet. The person who spoke was just an ordinary middle-aged man sitting next to Donglin, Immortal Monarch. His appearance was quite decent. It was just that his eyes were too small. They were constantly flickering with a shrewd light, as if he was calculating something. His shifty-eyed appearance made it impossible for people to be happy. And through those eyes, one could see how many thoughts he had in his heart. I am indeed at the early mystic immortal stage. I am quite satisfied with my current progress. A few drops of sweat suddenly fell from Lance's head. If it took 2 months to advance from the sky immortal stage to the mystic immortal stage, this kind of extraordinary progress could only be said to be satisfactory. Then what should people like them, who are already so old and were only mystic immortals, do? Not to mention others. Even Donglin, Immortal Monarch, had to first feel a sense of danger, because it was obvious that Qin Yu would definitely reach the immortal soul stage soon. It was also because of this that he was particularly confident when speaking to outsiders. At this moment, it was also because of his confident appearance that it aroused some suspicions. But what could they do? They could only guess. They couldn't guess where his confidence came from or what his trump card was. Donglin, Immortal Monarch's follower, was a little dissatisfied. He had always been a favorite of the Donglin Immortal Lord. There were so many people who wanted to establish a relationship with him, but he didn't even spare them a glance. This was the first time he had been thwarted by someone whose cultivation level was lower than his. He thought of the order he had received before. He slammed the table on the spot. Satisfied with what? I suspect that your strength has been faked. When the time comes, do you know the consequences of deceiving everyone and deceiving the Immortal Monarch? When the time comes, the Immortal Monarch will strike and turn you into ashes, so that you won't be able to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Qin Yu finally looked him in the eye. The chopsticks in his hand seemed to have turned into sharp swords. With the fastest speed, before anyone could react, he struck a fatal blow. When the servant died, he was still carrying a box of panic-stricken pills. The two emotions were mixed together. It looked extremely out of place, as if his entire face was twisted. But this also shows how fast Qin Yu's speed is. Before the expression on Qin Yu's face has changed at all, he has already taken his dog life. There was a deathly silence. After this unforeseen event, the originally lively atmosphere of the banquet couldn't return to the beginning. Looking at this scene, Lan Sha suddenly clapped her hands and cheered. What do you mean by this? My subordinate was killed at your banquet, and you're still clapping your hands and cheering. Donglin, Immortal Monarch, was so angry that his whole body trembled. He even almost attacked at this banquet. After all, he was an extremely powerful person. As long as he hadn't reached the immortal level, his strength was almost invincible in the same realm. Not to mention some mystic immortals. Even if another immortal soul came, he wouldn't care at all. As for the death of his attendant, he only thought it was because he was too careless. Lance's expression changed. He spoke rudely at my banquet, and now you think it's your reason. If you think I'm easy to bully, you shouldn't belittle my guest like this. Since he's my guest, I have to protect him well. Now that the person who provoked him is dead, it's a good thing for me. At least this banquet won't be so noisy, so as not to affect everyone's eating and communication. What a good not so noisy. Immortal Master Donglin was about to make a move when he suddenly went into a daze. In the eyes of everyone, he went crazy, using the slowest speed, walking bit by bit toward a remote place. He looked angry as if he was about to attack. However, there was nothing in the area he walked through, not even a single plant or flower. He was almost cursing at the air. He didn't have the bearing of an immortal master at all. Everyone knew what was going on with this unforeseen event. They thought that the two sides were going to fight, but now it seemed that immortal Master Donglin had actually gone crazy at this juncture. And it wasn't just an ordinary kind of stupidity. Some people guessed that someone might have done something to him, but no one present was stronger than immortal Master Donglin. They looked at each other and knew that it wasn't the other party who did it, so they just thought that immortal Master Donglin had completely gone crazy. Lance's heart had been hanging in the air the whole time when he spoke, but this sudden change almost made him clap his hands and cheer in public. If it weren't for the fact that he still cared about that little bit of face, he really didn't recommend embarrassing him on the spot, but he reacted faster than anyone else. This matter must have something to do with Qin Yu's dragon soul. The gratitude in his heart was indescribable. He could only toast to the other party to express his gratitude. It's just a small fight. I just hope that immortal Master Donglin won't be so narrow-minded. The dragon soul and One-Eyed exchanged a look. Originally, they couldn't stand immortal Master Donglin's attitude and wanted to make a move themselves. But they didn't expect that the two of them would make a move at the same time, resulting in such a result. The dragon soul changed the time around him. Originally, he wanted to embarrass him and teach him a lesson. But at the same time, One-Eyed pulled him into an illusion. Then he lured him to an empty place and slashed at the air. All kinds of moves were executed, and there were extremely dazzling lights. It looked as gorgeous as fireworks, and it could be considered a scene at the banquet. The dragon soul recorded the entire conversation without hesitation, and it was done openly. Even if someone saw it, they couldn't say anything. After all, it was immortal Master Donglin who made the first move. Everyone present knew what was on each other's mind. They more or less knew what immortal Master Donglin's purpose was. Wasn't it just to target Lan Sha? He deserved it. Chapter 875. Everyone knew how powerful Qin Yu was, although he was a mystic immortal. But the current situation had already proved that he was definitely capable. But immortal Lord Donglin still dared to provoke them. Wasn't he courting death? Let's continue. Lan Xia looked at immortal Lord Donglin, who was like a clown, and felt extremely carefree. Stop before you go too far. Don't go too far. Otherwise, what should he play next? Immortal Lord Donglin was also quite rich. Perhaps he could deal with this hidden danger as well before he went to participate in the exchange. The dragon's soul immediately understood. Then he removed the ability he had added. One-Eyed hesitated and slowly withdrew the illusion he had cast. Immortal Lord Donglin, who had been played in circles, only felt his vision blur. But the move that he had already used did not decrease in the slightest. Purple Qi from the east. A purple light directly hit the sky. Even in the clouds, everyone could see the dazzling purple light. But unfortunately, such a powerful move hit the clouds and did not cause any ripples at all. It just let everyone see a beautiful firework for no reason. The purple light looked quite beautiful at first glance. Immortal Lord Donglin thought that he had already fiercely increased his prestige. He had just seen that he had easily taken care of everyone, and he had smoothly gotten what he wanted to know. But with a blur, all of this became a bubble. It was indeed just a bubble. After all, it was just an illusion that only existed in his imagination. Seeing everyone looking at him like he was a fool, he knew what kind of stupid thing he had done. At this moment, his face alternated between green and white. However, because of his strength, even if it hit the air, the purple light did not fall for a long time. After all, it did not attack anything, so it was still exerting its strength. The powerful purple light sprinkled on his body, making his face even more purple. At this moment, even the dullest person would be able to sense the displeasure emanating from him. The air was quiet for a while. Soon, someone took the lead to applaud. Immortal Lord Donglin actually has such an ability. It's really rare. Yeah, in order to make everyone happy, Immortal Lord Donglin actually took out his trump card. That's very thoughtful of you, as expected of an immortal monarch. Donglin, Immortal Monarch, only felt that these words were like slaps to his face. It would only remind him of how stupid he was just now. With his strength, no matter where he went, he would be respectfully addressed as Immortal Monarch. When had she ever suffered such grievances? I will fight you to the death. Old man Lansha, how dare you treat me like this just because you found a helper from some unknown corner of the world? Looks like you've forgotten where you came from. Lansha had also received a bit of favor from him in the past. However, he had already returned the favor tenfold, or even 100-fold. When Donglin, Immortal Monarch, brought it up again, it seemed like he was trying to extort them for their kindness. Qin, you really didn't want to get involved in this matter. After all, it was a banquet. It was a pity that it was brought up again and again. Even if he had a good temper, there was no way he could continue to endure. Moreover, he had always been the type to seek revenge. Whoever showed him respect, he would return it tenfold. Regardless of whether it was good or bad, he would return the favor tenfold, 100-fold. However, this time he couldn't make a move. Lan Feng jumped out first and scolded Donglin, Immortal Monarch, pouring out a torrent of abuse. It was really a merciless scolding. Moreover, he didn't hesitate at all to reveal everything. He was indeed being used, and because of that he knew a lot of things. Now that everything was revealed, everyone's face didn't look too good. Especially those who were involved in this matter, they left on the spot. They didn't have the face to continue staying. If it was Lansha who scolded them mercilessly, they could still fight back immediately, but now it was just a junior who revealed everything. If they argued back, they would be suspected of being a junior. No matter who won in the end, they would end up with a bad reputation. Moreover, there were so many people present, and all of them were actually thinking of secretly making a move in the future. As long as there was no one else, no matter what they did, no one would know. Naturally, their reputation wouldn't be affected at all, as long as this little guy who didn't know the severity of the matter died a sudden death. If any accident happened, there were many geniuses who died prematurely in this world. As long as he didn't grow up, he was someone they could bully at will. Donglin, Immortal Monarch, had the same idea. Before he left, his face was gloomy, and the image of a gentleman when he first arrived had disappeared without a trace. At this moment, not to mention that he was an immortal monarch, there might even be people who suspected that he was a notorious dark realm cultivator in the 9 divine realms, other than the 5 basic realms. The immortal realm corresponded to light, and the dark realm corresponded to darkness. The remaining 2 realms could only be entered with special methods. Usually, it was some unique opportunity, otherwise it would rarely appear in front of everyone. The case was the most notorious existence, and there were all kinds of demons. There were also all kinds of ruthless cultivators who killed and set fires. If one was given the identity of the dark realm, they would be hunted down by people from other realms. Qin, you didn't feel any aura of the dark realm from the other party. But there were some things in this world that couldn't be said for sure. Some people felt that the dark realm was an extremely dangerous place, but very few people knew that the immortal realm wasn't much better. Even if it was a place full of light, there would definitely be some darkness. Under the illumination of light, the existence of shadows was inevitable. Qin Yu also didn't have the mood to continue staying, even if the atmosphere at the banquet could still be said to be good. But there was still no point in continuing to stay. It was better to leave immediately. Lan Xia didn't urge him to stay. After all, he had a full view of the situation at the banquet. He knew that there was no benefit in letting him continue to stay. He could take care of these trivial matters by himself. After Qin Yu left, Lan Feng gritted his teeth and left when no one was paying attention. There wasn't much to see in the city lord's residence. Walking and walking, he walked to the door of the spiritual land. Just as he was about to enter, he suddenly noticed that someone was following him and stopped. Even if he didn't turn his head and see that person, he knew very well. What do you want to do by following me? Continue to seek redress for your good brother, Qi Chuan? But with your current strength, you can't stop me at all. Chapter 876. Lan Feng's face was filled with guilt. He now knew that he was wrong and regretted it very much. But there was no point in regretting it now. He didn't come here to cause trouble, but to sincerely apologize. After all, he came here for his so-called good brother, Qi Chuan. He even went so far as to cause trouble for Qin Yu. Even though he was taught a lesson in the end, he couldn't help but feel guilty when he thought about it. But Qin Yu didn't want to hear such nonsense from him. He opened the door and went in. Lan Feng's speed wasn't slow either. Almost before he closed the door, she had squeezed in through the gap in the door. However, perhaps because he had used too much strength, he suddenly fell to the ground with a twisted expression and fell flat on his face. He crawled for a long time, but he couldn't get up. Instead, his whole body was in pain. Of course, this was the after effect of forcibly increasing his strength. Although the illusion could temporarily allow him to unleash his powerful strength, it would overdraft every ounce of strength in his body. He didn't feel anything when he had the illusion to support him, but once he lost the illusion, he would feel pain all over his body. All the after effects were overwhelming. When all the pain appeared in one breath, it was easy to collapse. Lan Feng hadn't gotten rid of the after effects yet. It wasn't easy for him to be so lively. It was painful to see him in his current state. The dragon's soul threw him out without hesitation. Then it closed the door. All the actions were done in one breath. Until the end, Lan Feng was still unable to react after being thrown out. By the time he reacted, it was already a little too late. He was already outside the door, and his whole body was in pain. He couldn't get up at all. After an unknown amount of time, he was finally able to get up. The more it was like this, the more he didn't want to admit defeat. This time he had to apologize. Not only did he have to make Qin Yu accept his apology, but he also had to give him some pointers on his cultivation. No matter how shameless he was, he had to do it. There was no other reason. He was just provoked. Not long ago, he was at the same level as him. But after a short period of time, he was an entire realm higher than him. Qin Yu didn't rest, but continued to stabilize his cultivation. The 1,000-deep demonic forest was not completely empty. Apart from the deeper parts, he hadn't been there yet. Only then did they find a simple cave where the Dragonborn lived. They found a lot of things inside, which could barely be considered a harvest. The most valuable of them all. It was a secret technique. Qin Yu didn't pay much attention to it at first because of the high and bloody requirements. Until he could see the final result clearly, it was actually able to bring someone back from the dead, allowing them to recover from all their injuries. This ability was already extremely miraculous, and secret techniques like this were extremely rare. Even if he didn't use it himself, the secretary said that it could help him at critical moments. It was precisely because of this uniqueness that she was left behind by him. Rejuvenation, using the blood of dozens of people to draw a huge array, using countless souls as the foundation. It forcefully reversed life. The name sounded very decent. However, it was a rather bloody method. If not for the heaven-defying effects achieved in the end, he wouldn't have noticed it. Let's put it away first. We probably won't be able to use it. Maybe I can use it to save someone? The dragon's soul felt that it was somewhat impossible. This was because the conditions were too harsh. The blood of dozens of people. That was dozens of people. It wasn't something that could be done with just a few people. Chinyu, however, had a different opinion. He didn't know if there was a loophole or not. Or maybe it wasn't written clearly in the words. The only requirement was that it was human blood, not fresh blood. Then, would it be possible to use a dead body or a living person's blood to achieve the same effect? If it could achieve the effects written in the manual, this method could be said to be extremely useful. As long as they prepared the blood of different people, it would be equivalent to having an extra life at a critical moment. However, it was obvious that they wouldn't be able to use this so-called method in the short term. The next day, Lansha was able to catch her breath a little. Qin Yu's strength had given her great ambition. This time, she wanted to discuss something with Qin Yu. She wanted to use him to drive away the Donglin immortal monarch. Lansha had been tolerating this guy for a long time. This wasn't something that happened in a day or two. Instead, it was accumulated over a long period of time. Everyone was well aware of it, and no one could say anything about it. What she wanted to do now was to drive this person out of Cloud Immortal City. In that case, she would have the final say in the entire city. Although she was a little afraid of the people behind the Donglin immortal monarch, as long as they could drive him out as soon as possible. Lansha didn't believe that those people would have the face to come up. If they didn't find it embarrassing, then Lansha couldn't do anything about it. However, these people had always cared about their reputation. Especially the stronger they were, the more they cared about their reputation. Is it just to drive him out? Haven't you thought about it? Swallow all the big and small forces in this city. Take all the forces for your own use. That's the real way to dominate and cover the sky with one hand. Of course, Lansha hadn't thought about it, because she didn't dare to think about it. Even if sometimes she thought it was too big, she didn't dare to think about it, because, in her opinion, it was simply impossible. If she wanted to do such an impossible thing, she might even put herself in danger. Everything had to be said to go too far. She didn't have the strength, so she didn't dare to think about it. But now that Chinyu mentioned it, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. What if, perhaps as long as this matter succeeded, the Cloud Immortal City was completely under his control? She was even confident that she could nurture a new generation of geniuses, as long as a few of these geniuses grew up and could be used by her. Perhaps she could bring Cloud Immortal City to a higher place. After all, nothing was certain. She couldn't help but feel a little tempted. Are you confident? However, when she said this, it meant that she was already wavering. Of course, she was confident. Qin Yu was originally thinking about where to test that secret technique. Now, it seemed that there was a ready-made opportunity. Not to mention time, it would take a lot of manpower to retract all of those visions. When the time came, there would be many injured people. Countless materials would be placed in front of him. He could also see clearly whether the secretary was a sorcery or a rejuvenation technique. Chapter 877. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The soldiers with the insignia of the city lord moved out together, causing chaos in the entire city. The ordinary people in the city thought that they didn't want to get involved in this matter, so they closed their doors early. There were already some signs before, but this time it was completely out of control. Everyone, lay down your weapons and don't kill. If you resist, kill them all. The voice clearly reached everyone's ears. Some people put down their weapons on the spot. These people who put down their weapons were more or less injured. They were stabbed by people they knew. Pfft, you traitor! How dare you betray us at this time? Go to hell, I misjudged you. No one wanted to die. The people who surrendered first just felt that they couldn't win, so they wanted to get a chance to save their lives. But now that they were attacked, they immediately took out their weapons. He immediately picked up his weapon and fought back. Although he didn't kill them, he helped the city lord mansion in another way. Soon, these forces were all gathered, whether they were willing or not. They were all locked up together. They weren't allowed to fight, nor were they allowed to have any conflicts. These people were naturally watched over, and the person watching over these people was Lulu. When he first saw Chinyu, Lulu almost fell to his death. Although he didn't fall to his death, he was seriously injured on the spot. Because he was standing on a high place at that time, coupled with the shock, he seemed extremely unlucky. But after that, everything went smoothly for him. Because he knew Chinyu, he even introduced Chinyu to the city lord. Currently, he had some face with the city lord and was given a task that was neither too big nor too small. And most people were quite respectful to him. He could be considered a salted fish turning over a new leaf, who knew how many people were envious of him. Just as Lulu was basking in her success, she suddenly saw someone walking over. She immediately stood up like a carp. "Why are you here personally? If there's anything, just tell us directly. You don't have to worry about such a small matter." The person who came was Chinyu. He took a portion of the blood from here. These people were all captives. Even if they suffered a little, it was natural. If they were in the way, they could even be killed at will. This was the rule. Because they were defeated, the weak had no right to speak. Lulu didn't think this matter was troublesome. He even prepared to kill a portion of them. "You're too murderous. I only want a portion of their blood. Release a bit of it from each person and mix them all together." Although things went quite well, but it wasn't that no one, Lan Feng, hadn't fully recovered from the start. He even rushed to the front of the pack, trying to show off his abilities. Therefore, it was no surprise that he came back with a body full of injuries and almost couldn't be saved. He was still in a coma and he was recuperating. Even if he released a few drops from each person, everyone's blood together, that was still quite a lot. After a whole bucket, Lan Feng was Chinyu holding, dipped in the blood of the blood. Then he started with translation not long, soon many, not soon many, blood soon after. Together, they formed a huge and strange pattern, plus the faint smell of blood. Lan Xia almost thought that his son was taken by someone to perform some sorcery, but in the end he calmed down, because he had enough trust in Chinyu. It just looked a little strange. He also knew the origin of those skills, but it was to release a bit of blood from each person. It looked very strange, as if it had killed many people. But in fact, that was just what it looked like. Chinyu might lack some other power, but he never lacked soul power. The heaven-suppressing battle god formation was already of little use to him, but there was a huge amount of soul power stored in it. It still had the potential to continue to increase his strength. A long, gray, thin line condensed from soul power was separated from the miniaturized version of the formation. Soon, the last part of this strange pattern was completed. The ominous aura in the soul power merged with the faint smell of blood. It looked more like some sorcery, but not long after, Lan Feng had already opened his eyes. The injuries in his body had also recovered. He even felt more energetic than when he tried to be brave and ran out. He knew that it was Chinyu who pulled him out from the brink of death again. Lan Feng looked at him as if he was looking at a god. His eyes were full of worship, and even the thought of apprenticeship in his heart was even stronger. "Don't mess around." Lan Xia reprimanded severely while sizing up Chinyu faintly. If this matter was successful, he would be happy to see it. But on the surface, he still had to do something. If Chinyu was unwilling, he would have an excuse to not be so embarrassed. "Chin, you never thought of taking in a disciple, even if he was a very talented seedling. So what? That's a joke. My strength is just one realm higher than his. How can I be his master? Especially this strength, and it was increased in a short time. Speaking of which, I don't have much experience." He was more or less disappointed. Lan Xia didn't feel surprised. If this matter was successful, he would be happy to see it. If it wasn't, it was just normal. Now the most troublesome one was Immortal Master Donglin. The other large and small forces had basically all been wiped out and gathered by them. Those who were unwilling to surrender or submit to him all had one word: kill. If they knew what was good for them, it wasn't impossible for them to get good treatment on account of their past familiarity. All the large and small forces in the entire city had been wiped out by them. In the hands of these people, Lan Xia had obtained a considerable amount of wealth and resources. Among them, he found the snow spirit and gave it all to Qin Yu in one go. He didn't refuse. To him, this was just a kind of snack that One-Eyed liked. Even if this was very precious, very rare, and had a very, very high value, he didn't lack it even if One-Eyed chewed on it casually. All the gains were given to Qin Yu. Most of them were resources that could be used to increase his strength. Lan Xia was very thoughtful in handling such details. He had a lot of people in his hands, so he needed some weapons and armor. He also needed martial skills. But Qin Yu didn't need these, so he gave all the resources that could increase his strength to Qin Yu. Chapter 878. With these things added together, Qin Yu quickly broke through another small realm. It was just that he had broken through too quickly recently. Qin Yu felt that his realm was somewhat unstable, but this was only a small matter. As long as he didn't break through again in a short period of time, it didn't matter much. Looks like this battle has to be fought. What Qin Yu needed now was a powerful person to spar with him, to stabilize his slightly unstable realm after the breakthrough. Donglin Immortal Lord was obviously a very suitable candidate, but for some reason, Donglin Immortal Lord didn't make a move. Even when he looked at the city, many people had already been cleared out. There were no exceptions to the large and small forces. Moreover, this fire was clearly about to burn him. But he just didn't do anything and still stayed in his residence. And he hadn't gone out for the past few days. Did he really think that he could avoid this matter by not going out? This guy is very smart. I don't know what he's thinking. Should we make a move in advance and catch him off guard? I'm afraid that if we delay any longer, he'll find reinforcements. At that time, it won't be as easy to make a move as now. The most troublesome person now was Donglin Immortal Lord. But if they continued to delay, who knew what other powerful people would come? Since they had already made a move, they had no chance to take it back. No rush. He has his own plans, but so do I. Let's go and pay him a visit first. Qin Yu naturally knew that this matter couldn't be delayed forever. If it was delayed for too long, it would only be disadvantageous to them. But now, it was impossible for him to break through again and again in a short period of time. So he had to find some people to practice with. If Donglin Immortal Lord couldn't satisfy him, he would call for other people, which was just what he wanted. But Lan Xia didn't know this. But out of trust, even though he was a little worried, he immediately sent people to do it. When they arrived, Donglin Immortal Lord was still sitting in his courtyard, making tea for himself. The fragrance of the tea lingered in the air, and one could tell that this was top-grade spirit tea. If one took a sip, it would not only increase one's cultivation, but it would also make one feel relaxed and happy. It was extremely beneficial for stabilizing one's cultivation realm. High-grade tea, leaves like this were also very valuable. Usually, each leaf had a different price. Donglin Immortal Monarch casually grabbed a handful of spirit leaves from the tea box. He directly used it to make tea. Immortal Monarch seems to be really carefree. He actually has the mood to slowly brew tea here. It seems that he isn't affected by the situation outside at all. That's fine. It seems like our trip here was unnecessary. Immortal Master Donglin's face instantly stiffened. Finally, he placed a few teacups on the table and slowly poured a few cups of tea. Now, his plan to intimidate them with his master's aura was completely dashed. If he didn't hurry up and get down to business, he was afraid that she would really leave. Why are you in such a hurry? Why don't you sit down and have a cup of tea with me? This is the top-notch Chungya tea that I had people search for. It's always been expensive. I only managed to get one caddy of it by chance. Chinyu didn't know and didn't want to know what these so-called tea leaves were. After sitting down and tasting it, he found that the taste was just average. Speaking of which, the effects of the tea leaves were pretty good. After taking a sip, it had the effect of calming one's mind. It was quite helpful for one's cultivation. However, the taste was just average. Since a mortal monarch has one caddy of it, I won't stand on ceremony. It just so happened that his cultivation was a little unstable now. Of course, compared to most people, his martial arts cultivation was already very stable. However, he had always strived for perfection. If his foundation couldn't be 100 times stronger than that of ordinary people, it wouldn't be considered stable. At this moment, this just happened to be useful to him. He watched as the top-notch tea leaves quickly disappeared. Immortal Master Donglin's heart was so painful that it was almost bleeding. However, he had already made a promise himself. At this moment, even if he watched helplessly as the small portion of tea leaves that he had painstakingly asked for was ruined like this, he was too embarrassed to say anything. After all, what he said just now was too big. It was as if the tea leaves weren't important at all and could be drunk casually. Lan Sha felt carefree in her heart. She might as well learn from him. After the two of them arrived, they didn't talk much. Instead, they slowly drank tea. However, the strength of the two of them was there, even if their movements looked slow and elegant. The speed of the tea was still astonishing. They changed the tea leaves 3 times. Immortal Master Donglin couldn't bear it anymore and brought up the matter that he was most concerned about. I also have to congratulate City Lord. You have completely controlled Cloud Immortal City in the palm of your hand. I wonder why City Lord has come to me now. The two of them played Tai Chi without leaving a trace. They spoke one after another with smiles on their faces. There was no trace of gratitude or resentment. As they chatted, they couldn't help but become a little angry. They were already well aware of what had happened previously. Although there was no evidence, he already understood without saying anything. Now he was just putting on a show. Immortal Master, don't you know the purpose of my trip this time? I thought Immortal Master would have known long ago. Otherwise, why would you have so many people lying in ambush? It's hard on Immortal Master to be able to feign civility here for so long. I really have a whole new level of respect for you. As soon as he finished speaking, a few figures suddenly emerged from the flowers, the eaves, and various corners. As they gathered together, they actually formed an encirclement, surrounding the few of them tightly. However, no one present was surprised. When they came, Chinyu knew where the people were hiding. Lan Sha was also well aware of this because she had been informed, so she wasn't surprised at all. In any case, they would fall out sooner or later. Now, it was just a little earlier. Immortal Master Donglin knew that his purpose had been exposed. Fortunately, they had already fallen into his trap. Even if they reacted now, what could they do? However, it was basically impossible for them to return in one piece from his place. He was very confident in the people he had arranged. He never thought that anything would go wrong. Qin Yu's strength might be good, but he was more confident in his own strength. This time I must make you stay. Before you make me embarrass myself in front of everyone, I will never let you go. 10,000 spirit destruction. A huge amount of energy that blotted out the sky and earth swarmed over. Lancha's face was pale. She couldn't even dodge. They could only watch in panic as this powerful attack came towards them. Chapter 879. Azure Dragon Art. 1,000 feet long azure dragon appeared out of thin air. Not only did it easily block this powerful attack, but it also roared and charged towards Donglin, Immortal Lord. It turned this beautiful immortal abode into a pile of ruins. Lan Sha was affected by the powerful energy. His internal organs churned. And this was only the aftermath of the attack. He didn't dare to imagine what would happen to him if he was hit by those 2 attacks. He would probably die on the spot. He couldn't help but show fear. he was still a little too arrogant. The more Qin Yu studied it, the more he felt that the Azure Dragon art was extremely magical. It was harder to learn than he had imagined. At the same time, the strength he could unleash was even stronger. Donglin, Immortal Lord, was shocked by this attack and retreated repeatedly. His face was ashen. It was as if he couldn't believe that he had lost to a mystic immortal. And it was so embarrassing. Although he hadn't suffered any injuries yet, the difference in cultivation level was already obvious. If the two of them were at the same level, he would have died immediately. Your talent is actually so powerful. It seems that you really can't be left alive. If I continue to let you go, you will definitely become a huge problem for me. And you actually broke through again in such a short period of time. And it's so stable. You didn't go berserk. You are indeed a proud son of heaven. Your talent is even more outstanding than mine back then. In fact, it was more than a few times. It was even several times more. The more Donglin, Immortal Lord, thought about it, the more jealous he felt. At the same time, a deep sense of fear rose in him. If he couldn't get rid of him now, in the future, he would definitely die in the hands of this extraordinary young genius. Just now, Qin Yu was merely testing his skills. He hadn't used the true power of the Azure Dragon art yet. This seemed to be something that could be improved. However, the Azure Dragon art he obtained wasn't very complete, so he only learned the first half. It was already considered not bad to have such power. A dignified immortal soul, invincible. Donglin, Immortal Lord, was actually suppressed and couldn't even resist. Originally, he wanted to use some dark thoughts to pull him down, but now he couldn't even resist. Even if he wanted to use some tricks, it was impossible. I can't accept this. Why do you have such outstanding talent? And I've never heard of your name before. Where the hell did you come from? This was what he didn't understand the most. At the same time, it was also what scared him the most. A person who had appeared out of nowhere actually possessed such talent. As far as he knew, he was the most powerful genius in the Xiantian sect. None of them had such talent and such a terrifying speed of advancement. How could he not be shocked that a person who came out of nowhere actually had such terrifying talent? How could it not be terrifying? This was the only thing Immortal Lord Donglin was thinking about before he died. Even in death, he still couldn't close his eyes. At least let me know where you came from before I die. Qin Yu was not interested in answering his question. After all, he was already a defeated opponent. He was a dead man who was bound to die. So what if he knew? He never did anything superfluous. But when Hazasha saw this old rival of his, he kindly told him about it. Hearing the unexpected but seemingly reasonable answer, Lin Yiqian thought to herself. Immortal Monarch Donglin was still unwilling to believe it, but he didn't say anything else. Just as he was about to say something, he completely stopped breathing. Even the expression left on his face before he died was one of shock, anger, and disbelief. How satisfying! I didn't expect to be able to see this guy die in disbelief with my own eyes in this lifetime. He's usually arrogant and doesn't put me in his eyes at all. But now he's still defeated. The pent-up anger in Hazasha's heart was all relieved. There was no need to mention how relaxed his mood was. The immortals surrounding them were all pinned down by the dragon's soul alone. Hazasha cooperated a little from the side and killed a few of them together. It was even easier for Qin Yu to free up his hands. He didn't even have to do anything. There were already people who were so desperate that they committed suicide. They all saw with their own eyes that the powerful immortal Lord Donglin died at the hands of Qin Yu. These people were just trained men of sacrifice. How could they be stronger than immortal Lord Donglin? With their master dead, they had no way to continue living. They could only commit suicide and end their lives. This final step had also become incomparably easy because of Qin Yu's participation. This time, it's all because of you that I was able to take down the Immortal Lord's residence. So, I'll give you all the things I found this time. If there's anything I need, I'll just give you a portion of the resources and send it to you directly. Qin Yu didn't care about this. These were what he deserved. Hazasha was indeed a person who knew when to advance and retreat, and he was very clear about the division of benefits. He never overstepped his boundaries. If he should learn from himself, he would definitely not hesitate to hold all of it in his hands. If it wasn't his, he wouldn't keep it. Otherwise, he would think of ways to exchange it for the same price. You can do as you see fit. Some things are useless to me, so you can just take them. After all, our previous contract is still there. Of course, that contract was basically invalid. It would disappear automatically when the time was up. Hazasha sighed with emotion more than once. As expected, what he did before was too right. The investment back then had all turned into a return of 100 times, or even more. In addition to saving his life, it also allowed him to gain huge profits from it. For a moment, he was overjoyed. He didn't know what to do. He thought about how he seemed to like the tea leaves. He directly got people to collect all the spirit tea leaves in the entire Cloud Immortal City. Of course, he never took them by force. He bought them at a high price. After he did all this, the price of spirit tea in the entire Cloud Immortal City suddenly increased greatly. After Qin Yu returned, he found that there was a lot of spirit tea in the room. Packages of various sizes were piled up on the table. Although the tea hadn't been brewed yet, the fragrance emitted by the high-quality spirit tea still filled the entire courtyard. It smelled fresh and pleasant. It was as if just by smelling it, one's mood would become stable. However, for a couple, only that kind of extremely high-quality spiritual tea would have some effect. These ordinary things were useless to him, but it could only be said that it was better than nothing. After all, although some of the effects were poor, the taste was still not bad. Not long after, someone suddenly came to the door. As soon as he came in, he called him master with a loud voice. Chapter 880. This person is Lan Feng. Ever since he had made up his mind to become an apprentice, he had thrown away his previous pride. He didn't care about his pride at all and often visited. Even if no one acknowledged him, he would still call him master, fervently. The entire Cloud Immortal City knew about this. Why are you here again? Master will never accept you as a disciple. The dragon soul didn't like this kid because he would often intercept him. So what if he was talented? No matter how talented he was, he couldn't compare to Qin Yu. He relied on his innate advantage in resources. He relied on the abundant resources in the immortal realm to achieve such achievements at such a young age. It's not up to you to decide whether to accept the map or not. Besides, I have something important to talk to Master about. Lan Feng scurried here and there. From time to time, he would look around sneakily but didn't see anyone. A smile appeared on the dragon soul's face. Master said that your master isn't here, so he asked me to invite you out. Do you want me to invite you out, or do you want to go out by yourself? Indeed, it's rude to ask you to go out by yourself. Let me send you out. Accompanied by a scream like a pig being slaughtered, Lan Xia was thrown out of the door. He was rubbing the sore spot and was about to stand up to argue. The door was closed with a bang. The red door flickered with fluorescent lights. This door was made of extremely special materials. With his heavenly immortal realm strength, he couldn't break this door. In the end, he could only leave with his face covered in dirt. But his heart was alive again. If he failed this time, he could try again. Once again, he threw the little brat outside. The dragon soul clapped his hands calmly. Things like this had happened many times. Lan Feng was really naughty when he was being naughty, and he was very willful when he spoke, easily making people hate him. But if he wanted to pester him, he was shameless and didn't care about his future city lord's face. I've already thrown him out. Qin Yu opened his eyes. He would leave tomorrow and have nothing to do with this place. Although he was going out with Yuan Xianqing's identity, he wouldn't be coming back after this exchange. Although Lan Feng's aptitude was not bad, he did not take her seriously. Instead of pestering him shamelessly, he might as well just throw him out. From the very beginning, it was impossible for him to accept a disciple. After hearing the whole story, Lan Sha felt a little regretful, but he was also relieved. If Lan Feng could give up, that would be good too. After this series of events, he knew that he and his lover were strangers after all. Such a powerful person would not have a relationship with him. The only reason he was able to get help now was because he had done a lot of things before. Now that he had obtained enough, it would be an extravagant wish to obtain more. Get someone to keep an eye on Xiao Feng. Don't let him go any further, or he'll be hated. He knew his own son very well. He said that he had already asked his men to prepare something better. It was no longer a small cloud boat. Instead, it was an extremely huge ceremonial procession. It looked magnificent, and from afar, one could tell that there must be someone with an extraordinary status inside. Although it was a bit of a bluff, his cloud immortal city had been low-key for many years. It was time for it to be grander. But Qin Yu couldn't help but frown when he saw the procession. This procession was too big. It was troublesome to bring so many people along, and there was no need to bring these people along. He knew that Lan Sha wanted a procession, but after all, this was his own business. He could make his own decisions. Don't bring any of these people. I'll go by myself. Lan Sha was anxious after hearing that. He could understand if he didn't bring these people along, but he didn't bring anything. How could he get there quickly like that? Although Qin Yu had many things in his hands, he didn't have such transportation tools before. He originally thought that he would have to prepare it himself, and he had prepared it properly. But now he realized that things didn't seem to be what he thought. But just before he opened his mouth, a beautiful little white dragon appeared out of thin air. A crack appeared in the void. The white dragon drilled out of the crack, and its body was hundreds of feet long. Its scales were extremely beautiful. When it leaped out of the void, it let out a crisp and long roar. The others present couldn't help but be shocked. Why would a white dragon suddenly appear here? And it seemed to be quite powerful. With all of them working together, although they could take down this white dragon, it would take a lot of effort. Only Lan Xia, after seeing Qin Yu's expression, suddenly came to a realization. Could it be that this was the mount that Qin Yu used to travel? If that was the case, the things he prepared before were indeed too shabby. What was the use of bringing so many people? They couldn't even compare to this beautiful white dragon. It didn't look cumbersome, and its appearance was very domineering, and its speed was very fast. Maybe Qin Yu would be the first person to arrive at the exchange. Sure enough, I'm ignorant. After all, there were too few people in this world who could subdue the Dragon Clan. Everyone knew that regardless of whether the Dragon Clan's bloodline was pure or not, they were very proud. In any case, they would rather die than lower their noble heads. Not to mention letting others ride on his body and use it as a mount to travel. It was also very difficult to make some simple agreements of equality. So in the beginning, no one thought that such a beautiful white dragon would suddenly appear. Lan Sha was able to think of it because of the information he provided before. Now a dragon had appeared coincidentally. If it was said that Qin Yu didn't have a unique secret method to subdue the Dragon Clan, he would never believe it. But what did it matter? Qin Yu had saved his life, and he couldn't repay this great kindness. After that, they would become strangers. There was no reason for him to spread the news. Not only could he not say it, but he also had to keep it a secret. Becoming enemies with such a person who was destined to have a limitless future was an extremely bad deal. Qin Yu asked for a map. He stood directly on the white dragon's head. The dragon's soul followed him. Seeing that they stood firmly, the white dragon immediately flew into the air. Everyone could only be envious. Everyone knew how powerful the Dragon Clan was. If they could tame a dragon, it would be a great help to them. But almost no one in this world could do it. Chapter 881. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The white dragon flew at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it had left Cloud Immortal City far behind, turning into a tiny black. because it was too fast, the wind was blowing. Qin Yu's robe was filled with air, making a whistling sound. Even with such speed and strong wind, he still stood proudly without moving. He looked calmly into the distance. It was as if he could see Baixia city which they were going to. Countless immortals were either in the form of large birds, sitting in Africa, or standing proudly. However, they were all flying at an extremely fast speed. If one looked from the ground, they would look like shooting stars streaking across the sky. Even though the journey was long, Along was extremely fast. They did not delay along the way. Soon they arrived at Baixia city. Wisps of immortal qi lingered on the huge signboard at the gate. There were many people coming in and out. As long as there were enough people at the front, they only needed to take a look at their identity cards. From time to time, people would find acquaintances in the crowd and greet each other. "Fellow Taoist Joe, why are you here too?" I was just about to say something. I didn't expect the famous Lin, Yao Immortal Lord, to be here this time. This is putting so much pressure on us. You flatter me. Everyone's strength is about the same. I'm just a little more experienced. They stood at the city gate and waited in line to enter. There were many people exchanging pleasantries. The two unfamiliar faces of Qin Yu and Dragon Soul were particularly eye-catching. Soon people noticed them. These two people were young, but already had extraordinary strength. They thought that they were sent by some sect, even if someone was prepared to ask in the name of an elder. However, at this moment, the crowd suddenly became noisy. A group of people directly bypassed the queue and arrived in front of the city gate. They showed their tokens and went straight over. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression was more or less a little ugly. They were all obediently waiting in line. But this group of people suddenly appeared out of nowhere and cut the queue in public. Who asked them to be from the Shantian sect? People from the big sects are so arrogant. They don't take us seriously at all. Then what can we do? One day I will defeat all these people from the big sections. What's there to be proud of? Qin Yu merely watched from within the crowd. He was neither happy nor sad. There was not a single ripple in his heart. However, there was a slight movement after hearing the words profound heaven sect. Just now it was just a flash, but he still remembered the backs of those people. If they were to meet again, they would definitely be able to recognize him, because all he needed to do was take a look at the identity token. Therefore, although the queue looked very long, the speed was not slow. One by one, they all went in. But now, because of the exchange meeting, Baixia City looked extremely lively and bustling, with people coming and going everywhere. Many inns and hotels were full. Even some restaurants were full of people. It was difficult to find an empty seat. Qin Yu did not insist. Perhaps he was just lucky. Just as they entered the first shop, he learned that they still had 2 rooms left. They had just taken out the deposit. Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind him. He directly placed the deposit in the hands of the shopkeeper. "We've booked those 2 rooms." The dragon soul did not want to cause trouble easily. However, when it saw this scene, it could not help but turn around. It seemed that they were a group of talented family disciples. There were a total of 2 men and a woman. The man was quite arrogant, while the woman was more calm and had a pair of big eyes. Do you know what first come, first served means? The dragon soul did not have a good impression of them at all. They had already taken out the money and had discussed it with the shopkeeper. However, they suddenly intervened at this time. If they had not discussed it, it would have been fine. However, they had already discussed it. Since they could casually say that they wanted the remaining 2 rooms, it was conceivable that they must have heard their conversation. Even if that was the case, why did they have to directly snatch what they loved at the last moment? It was a bit too unscrupulous. Since you didn't pay, it's not considered as directly snatching your things. We just put the money in the hands of the shopkeeper first. So those 2 rooms are ours. You can also go to other places to ask. At this time, they should not be full. However, there were other inns and hotels that were not full. They looked too shabby. Only this one seemed to be the most comfortable one in the entire city. Therefore, as long as everyone was not short of money, after coming to the city, they would first snatch the rooms in this hotel. And this time it was mainly an exchange meeting. There were many people sent by the major families and forces. Not many of them were short of money. Therefore, in the end, it resulted in such a situation. There were not enough rooms, but the number of people was always there. At this time, it depended on who arrived first. The time Chinyu took to arrive could already be considered to be very fast. He arrived almost a few days in advance. But even so, he almost couldn't wait until there were rooms. We have already taken out the money, but you still want to snatch it here. No one can explain this matter. I'm asking you what you want to do. The dragon's soul rolled up its sleeves and prepared to fight with them. So what if they were a group of young masters from the major families? Now, all of them were only at the Xian immortal realm. However, he had killed many of them. No matter how outstanding a prodigy was, his strength would definitely not be that good. Dragon's soul. A cold and indifferent voice stopped the dragon soul's actions. Chinyu walked in front of them. He didn't take the liberty to size them up. He didn't care who these people were. Everything has to be done on a first-come, first-served basis. Since we booked these 2 rooms first, we won't give it to anyone. If we discuss it properly, it's not impossible to give up the rooms. After all, we are not the kind of people who are greedy for pleasure. But since you are so impolite, then I am not willing to give it up. He was clearly indifferent. He was not angry, nor did he use his strength to intimidate them. However, the indifference in his eyes was frightening. There was nothing inside at all. There was not even a trace of them. Lin Xuanga couldn't help but panic. He had never seen such an expression before. Even those who were more powerful than him, or those who were much, much more powerful than him, were not able to do so. They would not have such an expression of no desire, as if they didn't care about anyone, unless they had something to rely on. But he was not willing to give up the things in his hands, just like that. After all, this was the most comfortable place to live in the entire city. Chapter 882. A black whip suddenly tore through the air. Rumble. It shattered the floorboards into countless pieces. The whip didn't land on Chinyu, but shattered the floorboards made of special materials. I advise you to leave quickly. You can just tell us what you want. Why do you have to put on such an act? Don't think that we'll be afraid of you just because you're putting on an act. The dragon soul's eyes flashed. The man wielding the whip suddenly tripped and fell in front of everyone. He made a huge fool of himself. Ouch. It hurts. How are you? Are you all right? Why did you suddenly fall down? At their level, it was impossible for them to fall down and walk away. It was more likely that they were set up. Right after they arrived at this place, the remaining 2 both took a glance at Chinyu without leaving a trace. They were even certain that he was the one who did it. After all, they were still in a conflict. No matter how they looked at it, there was no one else. Why are you looking at me like that? Although I want to attack him, I just made my move. I didn't have time to embarrass him. The dragon's soul had obviously done something. Otherwise, the other person wouldn't have succeeded so easily. One of the onlookers stepped forward. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He looked very handsome. He was wearing a light blue robe. I was the one who did it. Originally, I wanted you guys to look for another place to stay. I didn't expect you guys to cause such a big mess for me. Why aren't you apologizing to him? The man who appeared next cupped his hands at Chinyu. He wore a slight smile on his face. Although the 2 men and 1 woman felt a little indignant, they strangely obeyed the man's words. They didn't apologize sincerely. We're really sorry. We shouldn't have made a move like this. They should have done it secretly so that they wouldn't be caught in an awkward situation, especially since the one who discovered them was their senior brother. The man in the light blue robe who appeared next had a stern expression. His strength was already at the immortal soul stage. He wasn't much weaker than the Donglin immortal lord. When Lin Xuanga saw the man, he unwillingly called him Big Brother. But in his heart he was extremely disdainful. After all, he was just an adopted son who was raised by his father. In the future, everything in the Xiantian sect would still be inherited by him. As for the other party, the most he would get was the position of an elder. After all, he was just an adopted son. Therefore, it was only a show of respect on the surface. Qin Yu had a feeling that the man who appeared later did not have any good intentions towards him. Although on the surface her attitude was extremely proper, but the occasional look in her eyes could not be hidden from him. He was afraid that his men would embarrass themselves, so he came out first to control the situation. He had gained a righteous reputation for himself and then made a move in the dark. No one would suspect that he was the culprit. Even if someone noticed, they would at most lament their bad luck. This was really a good plan, a good plan. Lin Xuanyu felt a chill down his spine. It was as if all his thoughts had been discovered. But so what? On the surface, he seemed to be doing a good job. If the other party suddenly made things difficult for him at this time, it would only make his virtuous and fair image more deeply ingrained in people's hearts. When the time came, as long as he waved his hand to express that he did not care, everyone would stand on his side. If he could not take it and counterattack again, it would only be justified. The other party did not seem like a fool, so he was certain that Qin Yu would not make a move at this time. Unfortunately, he was wrong. He cared about his reputation, but it did not mean that others would. Qin Yu never cared about what others thought. He only insisted on his own thoughts. Since someone wanted to scheme against him, he would definitely not take the humiliation lying down. Without saying anything else, he attacked with a sudden awareness. The attack was as fast as lightning. Before anyone could react, a wound had already appeared on Lin Xuanyu's body. And coincidentally, the wound was on his neck. If the attack had been a little stronger, he would have been seriously injured or even killed. So what if his strength was there for all to see? If no one treated him in time, he would definitely die if he suffered a fatal injury. Lin Xuanyu did not even realize who attacked him. He hurriedly spread medicine on his wound. Then he hurriedly took out some medicine from his clothes and swallowed it. Only then did he notice that only Qin Yu's position seemed to have changed. Although it was only a trace, the strength of an immortal soul realm cultivator was shocking. Naturally, he could tell that there was an extremely small change in his position. Plus, the others were not that strong. So, he directly went to find the person who attacked him. Why did you suddenly attack? At first, no one had realized who had done it. After hearing those words, he immediately turned his gaze to Qin Yu. However, there was no condemnation in his eyes. Instead, there was deep fear and panic. Lin Xuanyu was an absolute expert who had reached the immortal soul realm. Moreover, he was a young genius with extraordinary strength. Yet, Qin Yu could so easily injure him to this extent. This meant that if he wanted to, he could immediately defeat this immortal soul. Even such an expert's life was threatened. If these people didn't have eyes and went forward, they would all die without a doubt. So what if I attacked? I'm just seeking justice for myself. This is just a warning to you. I hope you remember it. Don't make me remind you again. Otherwise, next time, it won't be so simple. This time was simple. Next time, he would directly take his life. Lin Xuanyu did not believe it at first, but when he felt the pain on his neck, his expression turned ugly. He took his people and left. The people involved had all left. The onlookers did not stay either. The shopkeeper came over with a smile and gave the 2 rooms to them. They even charged them less for the room, so they were very polite to them. Unlike before, they could only hide in a corner and watch the show. Clearly, they were waiting to see who would win the 2 rooms. As for the winner who surprised him, he was naturally polite and did not dare to do anything rash. Qin, you did not say anything. This was just a small accident. However, it made his impression of the Xiantian sect worse. It seemed that there were many parasites in the sect. He wondered how the entire sect was like. Chapter 883. When Lin Xuanyu returned to his room, he couldn't help but scold Lin Xuanga. Not only did he fail to achieve his goal, He even humiliated himself in front of everyone. He couldn't find trouble with Qin Yu for the time being. However, he didn't have that much patience with Lin Xuanga. Naturally, he scolded him directly. After all, he was the eldest son. After Lin Xuanyu left, Lin Xuanga turned around and pulled a long face. What's the point of being arrogant here? All you can do is shout in front of me. If it was anyone else here, they would still try to curry favor with them. What a two-faced person. At least he's doing well on the surface. The exchange would be held in the city, Lord's Mansion, 3 days later. There would only be a huge stage set up specially for the event. At this moment, the stage was already being prepared and there were many seats. These seats were arranged according to their status and identity. Qin Yu glanced at the stage hurriedly when he passed by, then went to other places. In comparison, Baixia City was much more prosperous than Cloud Immortal City. People came and went and all of them had some strength. Disciples of large family clans could be seen everywhere. Of course, this had a lot to do with the upcoming exchange. Master, look, isn't that the person we met before? However, it was just a chance encounter. These few people were among the people who cut the queue in the Profound Heaven sect. They were different from the people who had clashed with them before. However, they were still from the Profound Heaven sect. Qin Yu wasn't in the mood to talk to them. The auction this time is very comfortable because the exchange is being held in advance. Yeah, the exchange was supposed to be held 10 days later, but we managed to make it in time. If you ask me, I reckon that this was all calculated. After all, before the exchange, those family disciples were all willing to throw in their capital. It's just that no one knows. Although it's called an exchange meeting on the surface, it's actually just a competition for power. Qin Yu didn't continue listening. Instead, he directly left with Qin Yu and proceeded toward the location of the auction house. He had prepared a lot of things for this exchange, but they were all forced to him by Lancia. It was of little use to him. Since there was going to be an exchange, he could take the opportunity to find out more about it. Previously, he hadn't been able to get any information from Hazasha. Whenever this matter was brought up, they would stutter and hesitate, as if they didn't know how to bring it up. Now it seemed that the so-called exchange meeting was, in fact, nothing more than a competition. To show his strength, or to put it more bluntly, using this to establish his status. This exchange meeting was more of a form of intimidation. At this time, the auction house was bustling with people coming and going. However, it wasn't that noisy. Everyone here was a reputable figure on the path of martial arts. Even if they were to cause a ruckus, they wouldn't be so frivolous as to disturb everyone. Otherwise, they would still lose face. I heard that there's an extra item called the White Dragon Pill in the auction this time. White Dragon? Are you talking about the group of white dragons in the giant Dragon Valley? That's just ignorance. That group of white dragons have long become silver dragons. I don't know where they got the opportunity. In short, all of them are extremely powerful now. Then this White Dragon Pill, that's right, this so-called White Dragon Pill is said to allow one to obtain a portion of a dragon's power. It's hard to say exactly, but we can still look forward to it. However, because of the dragon bones, he listened a little more. However, no matter how he listened, it seemed to be the item that he had given to the Dragon Valley back then. However, how did it suddenly fall into the hands of the auction house now? Could it be that the Dragon Clan was so poor that they had to rely on selling important items to the auction house to survive? Otherwise, there might be some problems in the Dragon Valley, other than this small episode of the so-called White Dragon Pill. He was most concerned about the Sacred Heart Pill. It could improve one's state of mind and allow one to have an epiphany. As for what kind of effect one could achieve, it was related to one's aptitude. Of course, the price was not cheap because the effect was quite powerful. Due to the appearance of the White Dragon Pill, many people paid less attention to the Sacred Heart Pill. However, some people were still very concerned. After all, it was the effect of the Sacred Heart Pill. There was almost nothing else that could replace it. Qin, you just came to take a look on the spur of the moment. If he could find something useful in this auction, it would be a good thing. If he could not, he would not feel disappointed. Therefore, he did not go to a private room. Instead, he sat in an inconspicuous place in the hall. Not long after he sat down, someone suddenly called out his name. I remember that you had a conflict with the mysterious heaven sect before. I've disliked those people for a long time. You have the guts. I don't have the guts. Well done. They should be taught a lesson. Otherwise, they would really think that they can do whatever they want just because they have a sect. It was hard to tell the gender of the voice, but the person was wearing an extremely neat man's outfit. It was hard to see clearly in the dark place. However, there did not seem to be an Adam's apple. Bai Lan still did not know that she had been recognized. She was still a little chatty. She had disliked the mysterious heaven sect for a long time. However, she had been holding it in. Now that she could see them being humiliated, she felt very happy. Aren't you the same? Please lower your voice. You're really noisy now. Bai Lan's face stiffened. She angrily moved to the side. Many people looked over at their secluded corner because of the 3 words, mysterious heaven sect. However, they did not see anything in the end. Especially at this moment, the first auction item was brought out. It was a small armor. It was very effective for ordinary heaven immortals. However, for mysterious immortals, the effect was not essential. In the end, the person who bought the small armor was from the clear light, sacred ground. After all, they were also a big sect. There were many people who could use this armor. After that, the second auction item made people stand up slightly. They thought that the first few items would not be anything good. However, this was only the second item, and it was already shocking enough. They even wanted to keep it. This was not a protective item. It was a one-time use item. Heavenly Thunder Break. It looked like a palm-sized metal ball. However, after it exploded, even immortal soul realm cultivators would die without a doubt. In this exchange, the strongest person was at the immortal spirit realm. Immortal soul realm cultivators were already extremely strong. Chapter 884. If he had such a weapon in his possession, even if he could only use it once, it would be extremely good. At the very least, it might be able to play an unexpected role during crucial moments. The starting bid for this Heavenly Thunderbreaker is 1,000 immortal stones. Qin Yu did not lack immortal stones, so he could also bid for this item. However, seeing so many people fighting over it, he did not have much interest. Relying on external items to strengthen oneself was not a good thing, nor was it a long-term solution. Therefore, he did not participate in this auction. He was still waiting for an item that he could bid on. Although he had no intention of bidding, the people from the other major sects were all fighting over it. One had to know that if this Heavenly Thunderbreaker was taken out during crucial moments, it could play a crucial role in the battle. Moreover, it was a life-saving weapon for the younger generation. There was only one Heavenly Thunderbreaker, which meant that only one person could obtain it. The price of 1,000 immortal stones was gradually raised to 100,000 immortal stones, and it was still increasing. Everyone knew that the price of this Heavenly Thunderbreaker was around 100,000 immortal stones outside. However, with more people fighting over it in the auction, the price would be more than 100,000 immortal stones. Clear Light Sacred Ground had already offered the highest price of 150,000 immortal stones. But just as it was about to be finalized, the Profound Heaven sect suddenly offered a price of 2 immortal stones. Immortal stones were extremely rare materials of superior quality. One immortal stone was already worth nearly 100,000 immortal stones, and now they were offering 2 immortal stones. Clear Light Sacred Ground had no choice but to give up. However, everyone knew that the Profound Heaven sect was rich in immortal stones. Therefore, the people from the Profound Heaven sect did not offer a higher price. It was just that he had changed the items he was going to use for the trade. But what could they do? Could it be that they could only shout out an even higher price? In the end, the Heavenly Thunderbreaker was still in the hands of the people from the Profound Heaven sect. An extremely hearty voice was heard. "I'm really sorry, but the Heavenly Thunderbreaker is very useful to the profound Heaven sect. After that, I will personally pay a visit to apologize. It was a good idea, but everyone knew that after hearing this, the people from the Clear Light, Sacred Ground would definitely be furious. Lin Xuanyu's words were more like bragging. However, the grudges between the big sects had nothing to do with the people sitting in the hall. Bai Lan, on the other hand, was rather indignant. Qin, you couldn't help but take another look at her. However, what did the identities of the others have to do with him? However, there were some things that couldn't be avoided just because one wanted to. Bai Lan was scratching her heart and lungs. She didn't know who to talk to. He looked to his surroundings. In the end, he locked onto Qinyu. You also think that these people from the Profound Heaven sect have gone too far, right? Over the years, Xiantian sect has been declining. They really don't deserve the name of Xiantian sect. What attracted his attention was not the reputation of the Profound Heaven sect. Instead, it was the name Xiantian. Therefore, when Bai Lan mentioned Xiantian, Qin Yu's interest was piqued. Why do you say that? Could it be that there was someone called Xiantian in the past? Bai Lan instantly became vigilant. However, she suddenly caught sight of the identity token that Qin Yu placed beside him. It was clearly written on it that they came from the lower realm. That little bit of vigilance disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed. This matter is actually very simple. I don't know much about it. However, I heard that there was once a person called Xiantian who was extremely powerful. Furthermore, he was extremely magnanimous. However, something happened later on, and the Profound Heaven sect came into existence. However, ever since then, the almighty person called Xiantian disappeared from the immortal realm. These words were indeed extremely vague. Qin, you couldn't determine whether that person was Xiantian Senzin or not. Within the ninefold God realm, there wasn't only one immortal realm. He suspected that the person he was looking for wasn't in the immortal realm. However, the immortal realm was vast. It could also be that he hadn't met anyone yet. The reason why Bai Lan could see his identity token earlier on was because he had done it on purpose. Even though this thing didn't record much important information, it still recorded a lot. Therefore, most people wouldn't be able to see it. If one wanted to hide one's identity, it was even more of a taboo. Bai Lan was the only one who didn't think too much about it. She believed him directly. If it was Lin Xuanyu, he would definitely be able to tell. However, there was no need to have any methods to deal with simple people. There was no need to complicate things. Now that he already knew what he wanted to know, he wouldn't purposely communicate with Bai Lan anymore. Following that, the other auction items were also bought by people at high prices one after another. However, good items like the Heavenly Thunderbreak were extremely rare. They could only be found by chance. Not long after, another auction item caught everyone's attention. There were many people who were interested in this item. After all, this was the Sacred Heart Pill. It would take a lot of effort to get the Sacred Heart Pill in the city. The starting price was already 3,000. As soon as the auctioneer announced the start of the auction, someone couldn't wait to raise his hand and shout an even higher price. Furthermore, he used a very high price right off the bat. It was as if he wanted to intimidate others who wanted to buy the Sacred Heart Pill. If it's more than 20,000, it's not worth it to buy this item. That's right. With such a price, if you don't care about time, you can buy something of better quality elsewhere. After all, the most important thing in the exchange wasn't to improve one's strength, but to get some worldly possessions. Since they couldn't use it in a short period of time, there was no need to raise the price so high. Just as everyone was thinking, just as the Sacred Heart Pill was about to be bought, all of a sudden a voice cut in. Moreover, it was 100,000. This was not a small price. It was already extremely difficult for ordinary people to take it out. Most importantly, no one thought that the Sacred Heart Pill was worth such a high price. One had to know that this wasn't the only one. There were a few more Sacred Heart Pills. There were a total of 3 in this bottle. It didn't matter even if the first one didn't get it. Everyone's mental price for the Sacred Heart pill was only 20 to 30,000. If it was more than that, they would feel that it wasn't worth it. However, only the person involved knew whether it was worth it or not. Qin Yu didn't care about worldly possessions. He was very happy to shout out the price. Almost without a doubt, the Sacred Heart pill fell into his pocket. When the auction was over, he could directly take the money to claim it. One hand for the money, and the other hand for the goods. This was the rule that had been set long ago. Chapter 885. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. This was to prevent people from going back on their words or not being able to fork out the money at critical moments. This was a common occurrence in auctions. Even if it was someone from a big family, they had to abide by this rule. Next up is the Sacred Heart pill. The starting price is still 3,000. For those who are strong, the Sacred Heart pill is not very useful. However, it has a special feature. It can improve one's state of mind. If you encounter a barrier at critical moments, you can't break through it. Or, if you want to study a certain martial technique but can't get started, if you have a Sacred Heart pill with you, you can achieve twice the result with half the effort. In fact, it was also very useful for accumulating resources. If the price was too high, very few people would spend it. The sound of the auction was scattered. This time, no one started to shout such a high price. Instead, they raised the price by 1,000 or 2,000. Compared to the previous high price, the auctioneer was a little disappointed. Qin Yu did not remain silent. Soon he raised the price again. This time, it was still 100,000. The few people who had been fighting for it for a long time almost fell from their seats in shock. Originally, 100,000 was enough to buy all 3 Sacred Heart pills. But now, there was another disappointment. Listening to the voice, it was no different from the previous voice. In other words, the same person had spent 200,000 to buy a small Sacred Heart pill. Such a price could even compete with a super sect like the Xiantian sect. The thunder was broken. Now he was only here to buy these useless things. The auctioneer was very excited. He used the fastest speed to finalize this matter and finally took out the last one. This time, without waiting for Qin Yu to speak, everyone opened their mouths and shouted out the lowest price in their hearts. The price was different. The one with the highest price. He directly raised the price to 35,000. This was the highest price that he could take out and also the highest price that he could accept. However, since he could call out such a high price, he also needed the Sacred Heart pill very much. Qin Yu did not hesitate and directly called out a price of 100,000. This was already 300,000. This was 300,000. There were so many things that were auctioned previously, and none of them were worth 300,000. These seemingly useless Sacred Heart pills could be sold for 300,000? Everyone was in a daze, and even felt that this scene was a little ridiculous. How was this possible? This amount of money was enough to buy so much ambition. Was there a need to buy it at such a high price at the auction? However, no matter what they thought and no matter what doubts they had, everyone was certain that the person who had spent such a large sum of money was definitely someone who did not lack money. They did not know how strong he was. Speaking, if he was on his ability, he would not only would he not to but also the money. If his strength was his ability with his ability, many people would, he would be ons on his ability. He wanted to take the initiative to curry favor with her. I didn't expect you, how you are, you. But it's done beautifully. I'd like to see how those fellows from the Profound Heaven sect will show off now. To translation on translation's names. S on translation to on. To on translation was to on people to the translation. People. So what if they targeted him? He was here to participate in the exchange. He spent his own money to buy things, so he would not be targeted. Everyone had different thoughts as they watched the auction items being auctioned off one after another like flowing water. Towards the end, some Asian items appeared. The second last item was the legendary white dragon pill. In the end, the people from the mysterious Heaven sect spent close to $1 million to get it. This, Master, if you need money, you can get a batch of white dragon pills to sell. They are really valuable. Moreover, they had already confirmed that this so-called white dragon pill was a defective product. It did not have much effect at all. Back then, the reason why all the dragons' bloodlines could evolve into silver dragons was because this so-called secret medicine had a portion of the dragon's essence added into it. Of course, it could achieve such an effect. However, there was not much of the so-called white dragon pill left. It could be said that the effect was minimal. One could imagine how weak the effect was. Now, it's time to take out the last item. Why don't you all guess what the last item is? The auctioneer was still keeping everyone guessing. However, they could only see a square shadow from the outside. No one could see clearly what was inside. Not only could they not see the auction item clearly, but these words also made them a little itchy. He couldn't wait to find out what was inside. He was able to sense an extremely weak, divine aura from within. Although it was extremely weak, he could still feel it clearly. It seemed to be somewhat similar to the dark dragon god's divinity, but there was a huge difference in the aura. However, it seemed that no one present could recognize it, so he did not say anything and just looked at the cage. After the auctioneer kept everyone guessing, he directly lifted the layer of red cloth on the cage. A small beast that did not look like anything was constantly squeaking. Its body was covered in fiery red scales, and there were a few small horns on its head. It had 4 hooves and a long tail. Its body emitted a faint, auspicious aura. Although its scales were fiery red, its 4 hooves were glowing with a bright golden light. Its eyes were as if they had been washed by water. It was clear and transparent, as if it could see through everything at a glance. Isn't this the legendary fire Qilin? Didn't that kind of thing disappear a long time ago? Who put this in the auction? After those who were slightly knowledgeable recognized the identity of the fire Qilin, they knew very well that this auction would not be so easy to let go. This was a legendary thing. Which big sect did not want to get such an auspicious divine beast? Not only could it protect the sect, but it could also increase its strength. Even the fire Qilin's body was a treasure. During its growth process, as long as it casually took some blood or a few scales, it was already very valuable. This was a living divine beast. Although it looked like a cub, it was still enough to make the big sects go crazy. Fire Qilin? Qin Yu's expression was a little unclear. At this moment, it was a competition of everyone's financial resources. Whoever could come up with a higher price would be able to auction it off. But in fact, after leaving the auction house, there were many private fights. No one had ever paid attention to this matter, and it gradually became a tacit agreement. Chapter 886. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The fire Qilin paced back and forth in the cage anxiously, slamming into the cage from time to time. Unfortunately, as soon as it slammed into the cage, a dark red pattern appeared on the cage and bounced the fire Qilin back. In the auction house, another person's face was gloomy, looking at the fire Qilin with greed and reluctance. If I wasn't forced, I wouldn't want to give you away in such a way. What a pity, such a good thing. However, he had already suffered too much in this aspect. If he didn't quickly send this scourge into the hands of others, he would definitely lose his life. Qin Yu suddenly felt a malice, but this malice wasn't directed at him. This malice didn't seem to be directed at anyone. It just lingered on the fire Qilin for a moment. One-eyed saw the gloomy man sitting in the private room. He could only see from afar, but he couldn't hear the voice in the private room. Thus, he revealed everything that he had discovered. That person probably knows something. Although the fire Qilin is a good thing, we should still be careful. Master, don't take risks easily. Qin Yu was only concerned about that person's strength. He knew that that person's strength had just reached the immortal soul realm. He wasn't even close to reaching the immortal soul realm like immortal Donglin and Lin Xuanyu. Such strength was just not bad, but not enough to attract his attention. At this moment, all the big and small forces were shouting crazily. It was because the price was crazy. Many small sects couldn't support it anymore. They had to leave regretfully. They could only watch from afar, but they couldn't get close. After all, this was a legendary divine beast, and they naturally couldn't get close. Only large forces with sufficient funds could snatch the divine beast. Over and over again, there were only a few sounds, especially towards the end. Only the Xiantian sect had the strength to continue bidding. But not long after, he was also defeated. But now, only the Qingguang Sacred Ground and Wanhao Villa had the ability to continue bidding. Wanhao Villa had always been famous for its wealth. Although its strength was only average, it had extremely strong financial resources. Part of it was due to the harvest of various minerals. The other part was from doing business. Even in Baixia City, nearly 1/3 of the shops belonged to Wanhao Manor. It was also because of their wealth that they were able to build good relationships with many large sects and powers. His daily life was quite comfortable, but who would be willing to live under someone else's roof for a long time? Now that they had encountered a divine beast, they would take it down at all costs. As long as they could be nurtured and protected in the future, it was only a matter of time before Wanhao Manor became a major force. Don't tell me that we are just going to watch such a top-quality fire qilin be taken away by someone else. Lin Xuanyu, can you make a decision or not? This is the fire qilin divine beast, a rare sight that only appears once in 10,000 years. Lin Xuanyu's expression didn't look good. The reason he stopped wasn't because he had any special plans, but because they didn't have enough money on hand, although he had brought a lot of money with him this time. But after all, it was not a force that was famous for its wealth like Wanhao Manor. Right now, the number of people on the other side had already reached 1 million. If he hadn't bought the white dragon pill, in that case, they could continue to participate in the competition. But now, they didn't have that much money on hand. Anyway, it doesn't mean that it will fall into their hands even if they buy it, so it doesn't matter. As long as we hide our identities and snatch it in the end, we won't have to spend a single cent to get the divine beast in our hands. It will be a greater contribution, and at least then we will have the initiative. Whoever buys the divine beast fire qilin will be in a passive position. Lin Xuanyu's words finally appeased most of the people. However, they continued to compete, and their voices were extremely loud. The fire qilin became even more anxious. It kept banging against the cage, even though it was injured. Soon, its body was covered with wounds of various sizes. One of its scales even fell to the ground, and blood seeped out of the wound. The gloomy man sitting in the private room on the second floor couldn't help but change his expression when he saw this scene. Without saying anything, he ran out directly. That fellow ran away. It's almost at the entrance. What? No one knew what the one-eyed man saw, but he suddenly looked panicked. The real fire qilin is here. No wonder he sent the fire qilin to the auction. It turns out that he has such a huge problem on his back. After all, it was a legendary divine beast. If the adult fire qilin came, it would definitely be angrier if it saw the injured baby fire qilin. It might even destroy the entire auction house or even the entire city in a fit of anger. By then, the exchange would more or less be affected. No one knew how many people would be injured or killed. The baby fire qilin seemed to have sensed its family in the distance. It struggled even more violently and kept banging around in the cage. The auctioneer used all kinds of methods, but couldn't calm the fire qilin down. In the end, he decided to watch the bidding for the time being. The people from the Wanhao Villa had already shouted to the end. The price reached a whopping 5 million yuan. This was an astronomical figure. If all of it was converted into resources, it would be even more massive. However, this wasn't a big deal to the Wanhao Villa. At most, their vitality would be slightly damaged. Soon, they would be able to quickly fill this gap. However, for other sects, even if they pooled their resources, they might not be able to easily gather this amount of money. The disciples of the Wanhao Villa came out to participate in the exchange and brought a huge sum of several million yuan with them. This was the most shocking thing. However, Qin Yu knew that all of this would soon be broken. Soon after, the entire auction house shook. The extremely sturdy building, which was built with special materials, had been shattered. Fragments kept falling down. There weren't many people who were hit. Most of them were looking at the void with fear in their eyes. With such a huge commotion, no one knew what kind of terrifying existence had arrived. Above the immortal level there was the Holy King. Such a powerful force had probably surpassed the immortal level. The violent and terrifying aura instantly swept the entire auction house. Sparks were mixed in the violent aura. No matter what it encountered, it burned instantly. In the blink of an eye, the entire city was filled with sparks, and it was difficult to extinguish them. The fire qilin in the cage wasn't affected at all. Instead, it became more energetic. It kept struggling to run out. Chapter 887. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The powerful aura made all the powerful people in the city rush out. The adult fire qilin flew over. The flames around its body were strong, and even its eyes seemed to turn red. In the midst of the chaos, Qin Yu directly left the auction house. This place would soon completely collapse. However, some people didn't realize that they were trying to steal the fire qilin in the chaos. The people from Wanhao Villa rushed out and took the fire qilin away. They didn't know that the trouble in the auction house was caused by this little guy. If they took the fire qilin, it would only attract the attention of the adult fire qilin. As expected, as soon as they stepped out, the fire qilin rushed over. Even if there were a few powerful people in front of them, they couldn't stop the adult fire qilin. Let go of my child, you despicable and shameless humans. After the people from Wanhao Villa came out, they knew something was wrong when they saw the adult fire qilin. They were holding the young fire qilin in their hands. It seemed to have something to do with this. When they connected the words of the adult fire qilin, everyone understood that the young fire qilin was the cause of everything. Whoever had the young fire qilin would be targeted by the adult fire qilin. Under the attack of such a powerful person, their strength could only be considered insignificant. They couldn't hold on for long. They would definitely die. Even the people from the auction house didn't expect there to be such a relationship. The owner of the auction house, who escaped in a hurry, immediately ordered people to find the seller who sent the young fire qilin. However, the person was already dead when they found him. The adult fire qilin came with an extremely violent aura, and its target was the auction house. The door plaque fell on the spot. There was no one there at first. However, at that time, the person happened to know the inside story and was about to rush out. Just like that, he was smashed to death. Now, the culprit had become a cold corpse, and the fire qilin was still extremely violent. It didn't want to let anyone go. This was a problem that couldn't be solved. The few powerful people who rushed over were gloomy when they heard about this. They could only step forward and try to negotiate with the fire qilin. Senior, I'm afraid this is just a misunderstanding. We didn't know. I don't care if you know or not. Hand over my child. You shameless humans. How dare you drug me and steal my child when I wasn't paying attention? Furthermore, you tortured my child to such an extent. I, Horong, will fight you to the death. The small fire qilin in the hands of Wanhao Manor became the target of public criticism. Even they were being stared at by countless people. They stared at him with fear, worry, schadenfreude, and so on. Qin Yu was observing Horong's strength. This adult fire qilin and the baby fire qilin seemed to be carved from the same mold. One could tell at a glance that there must be a relationship between them. However, Huiji Lin's strength was much higher than the few experts who had arrived later. Although he was facing several people at the same time, his aura was not at a disadvantage. A few experts who arrived later noticed the little fire Qilin that was being controlled by someone else. Immediately, the thought of taking it for himself rose in his heart. But at that moment, they forgot that there was an adult fire Qilin beside them. The fire Qilin immediately noticed his mood change. His temper, which was already extremely unbearable, was instantly ignited. Go to hell! Despicable humans! You've always been a group of hypocrites and liars. The fire Qilin no longer hesitated and directly charged. Under this powerful impact, the few experts were soon scattered in all directions. They were immediately shocked. Originally, they thought that if they joined hands, they would be able to more or less fight an even match. But now it seemed that the strength of both sides was not equal at all. Divine beasts were born with an advantage, not to mention that they were slightly stronger than them. It would not take much effort to take their lives. How can it be? Cough, cough! The struggling little fire Qilin suddenly twitched twice and flipped over in the middle of the cage, spitting blood from its mouth. Huorong's expression changed immediately. Along the way, she had trampled countless people to death under her 4 hooves, but she did not care. If you continue like this, the little fire Qilin will die even faster. Huorong's expression suddenly changed. Although she did not know who was talking, she had to be cautious and stop immediately because it concerned the little fire Qilin's life and death. Sure enough, after the collision, the little fire Qilin's situation looked worse. It looked like it was on the verge of death. Qin Yu walked out of the crowd and went directly to the cage. Because it happened too suddenly, the people of Wanhao Villa did not react and just watched Qin Yu carry the little fire Qilin away. The little fire Qilin was poisoned with a very special kind of poison. It needed to be taken from the cold flowers that grew on the 10,000-year-old mysterious ice and more than a dozen kinds of precious medicinal herbs to make this special poison. If there was an extremely strong power of fire around, it would be a strong impact, and the internal organs would be shattered by the strong impact. Huorong was the root cause of this poison. She was a fire Qilin and was better at controlling fire. In particular, she had the body of a divine beast, and her every move was accompanied by extremely strong firepower. The angrier she was to kill people, the stronger the power of fire around her, and the little fire Qilin would naturally be hit by an extremely strong impact. It did not die immediately because the body of a divine beast was stronger. However, if Huorong continued to approach, the little fire Qilin would die on the spot. Do you still want to continue to rush over? You are poison to him. Qin Yu's expression is indifferent. The movement of his hand is also very gentle. He had already taken out some good medicine and fed it to the little fire Qilin. The little fire Qilin's injuries were already under control. In addition, his movements were gentle and he had the aura of a dragon. Not only did the little fire Qilin not make a fuss, but it also fell asleep peacefully. Seeing this, Huorong had to step back no matter how unwilling she was. She could not care about anything, but she could not care about her child. Just like that, a huge crisis was suddenly stopped at the last moment. Mu Bai, the city lord of Baixia City, looked at this scene from afar and suddenly asked, "Do you know who this child is?" Not only was he not afraid at such a critical moment, but he was also able to think of a solution in such a short time. What a rare talent! Mu Bai couldn't help but reveal a look of admiration, and even wanted to recruit him under his wing. Chapter 888. Not far away, a line of sight fell on him. Huorong sized up the person in front of her. What do you have to convince me? Maybe what you said is true, but this is all your fault. The pressure of an expert was released without missing a single bit. Many people could not react in time. All of them more or less suffered some minor injuries. They could only retreat in panic. Only 2 people did not retreat. Qin Yu's expression was normal, as if he did not notice this extremely strong pressure. Huorong's strength was not bad, but compared to Xiantian Senzin, she was still far from it. Just like that, only 2 people were left on the spot. Seeing him like this, Hurong's mood improved a lot. No matter what race, they all worshipped the strong. Qin Yu was able to stand on the spot without moving, without leaving a trace, and his expression was still relaxed. This naturally made her look at him in a different light, and her attitude softened a lot. You are indeed different. Compared to others, you are much more magnanimous. If the person negotiating with me was you, I would still be willing to have a good talk with you. I don't care what reason you have. My child naturally needs to grow up safely. Otherwise, I will destroy all of you at all costs. Can you do that? Qin Yu smiled and took 2 steps back, as expected, as he retreated further away from Hurong. The little fire qilin in his arms also became more stable, and its expression was calm. City Lord, have you seen enough? Now that the situation is under control, if you don't take the initiative to stand out as a master, do you really want me to solve this matter? Although it was not impossible, comforting the little fire qilin would require a lot of things. He did not have these things on him to take care of the child. Moreover, if he wanted to stand in the distance and wait for the matter to settle down without taking any benefits, how could there be such a good thing in this world? Mu Bai was surprised that he was discovered. One must know that his strength was much stronger than Qin Yu, and he was an expert of the immortal spirit realm. This was somewhat different from the information he had received. He originally thought that he was just a person with some ability. Now it seemed that his strength was extraordinary. Regardless of whether it was the fact that he was able to maintain a calm expression under the pressure of an expert, or the fact that he was able to easily discover him when he was hiding his aura in the distance. This was definitely not something an ordinary Xian immortal could do. What are you talking about? Of course, I have to come out and take responsibility, but I was a little busy just now, so I came a little late. I didn't delay anything, right? Mu Bai's face was full of smiles. No one would have been able to tell that he had been watching from afar the entire time. One-eyed, quietly exposed his lie. He had clearly seen this person from afar. He stood in a remote corner. If he hadn't glanced over by chance, he would have thought that there was nothing there. You really know how to boast. Each one is more sanctimonious than the other. But Qin Yu knew. There were many people who knew that the city lord had been watching from the sidelines. It was not that he had any evidence, but that he had a rough idea of what was going on. With such a big thing happening in Baixia City, how could the city lord be delayed by other things? It was just an excuse. However, Hurong's eyes and ears were extremely sharp. She heard this voice, and her gaze landed on One-Eyed. Why do you still have such a small thing with you? Its aura is very unique. It seems to be mixed with the aura of chaos. As she spoke, a dazed look appeared in her eyes, but soon it turned into confusion. She couldn't remember where she had felt such an aura. After Mu Bai came, things became much simpler. As the city lord, there was still a huge difference between him and Lan Xia. The difference in strength was like heaven and earth. Let's not talk about that for now. There was a huge difference between Cloud Immortal City and Baixia City. One Baixia City was comparable to 10 Cloud Immortal Cities. As the city lord, Mu Bai did not have any messy forces around him. In the entire city, he was the only one who could cover the sky with one hand. But because he had a long-term vision, he had a good relationship with some big forces. Gradually, Baixia City became more prosperous, and as the city lord, he naturally had more power to speak. Mu Bai's important follower stood up and reached out to take the little fire qilin. But just as he reached out, the little fire qilin felt an unfamiliar aura and became restless. Not only did it cry and make a fuss, but it was also disturbed. It opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of fire. Although it was not very powerful, the follower did not expect such a thing to happen. He did not have time to dodge and ran back with his face covered in dirt. Looking at the little fire qilin, he said, "Little bastard! What did you say?" Hurong was so angry that she stomped that person to death. "Little ant, how dare you be so rash in front of me? That's my son. You have no right to talk nonsense here." The smile on Mu Bai's face faded a lot. Now he finally understood that Qin, you could be so calm in front of such a strong person. How heaven-defying was that? Huarong did not treat them as equals at all. All of them were merely a bunch of ants in her eyes, the kind that she could casually slap to death. Ever since advancing to Immortal Grove, apart from in front of some major sect's supreme powerhouses, he had not felt this kind of fear for many years already. Subsequently, his attitude became much more respectful. Towards Qin, he was even more gentle, inviting the person into his city, Lord Manor, with a smile. Huarong's body was too big. Plus, because she was worried, she did not enter the city Lord Manor but watched from afar. She tried her best to restrain her power again and again, but that kind of colossus stepped on the void, a pair of eyes that seemed to be cast with flames. Just a casual glance like that would bring them a lot of pressure. After a series of tests, the little fire Qilin was indeed poisoned by that kind of strange poison. Furthermore, this poison was called Ice Holy Power, because if one did not get close to the powerful power of fire, this kind of poison could also help increase strength, especially cultivators who were naturally closer to cold intent. It was just that if it was changed to fire power, then it would become an incurable poison. I've seen this kind of medicine before, but it's not poison. It's a kind of pill that can increase strength. So there's really no cure for this. No one can cure this kind of poison. An apothecary who was captured and studied this path quite a bit. He could not resist wiping the cold sweat on his head weekly. Chapter 889. Under the gaze of such a powerful expert, he did not even have the chance to breathe. Huarong tried to restrain herself, but in the end, she couldn't resist the urge to kill that pharmacist. Don't be too agitated. This poison is not completely incurable. As long as you use a special method to neutralize it, you won't have to worry about it anymore. As soon as he said that, everyone's gaze fell on Qin. The little fire Qilin was still sleeping peacefully and was unwilling to leave Qin embrace. Huarong's heart ached when she saw this. She had gone through so much to give birth to this child, who knew that a despicable and shameless human would take her child away when she was weak during labor. In a moment of anger, her other child was not saved during labor. Although she had found her child, it was not close to her at all and was only clinging to another person. However, she still listened attentively to what method could be used to neutralize this special poison. I'm afraid you'll have to do it yourself. Huarong was slightly stunned. Me? But didn't you say that you'll act alone as soon as I get close? Of course. Qin, you did not want Huarong to get close. Asking for her help and getting close were two completely different things. The two had nothing to do with each other. Huarong was the most powerful person in Changzhou City. Moreover, the one who tied the bell should untie it. Think carefully about who poisoned you. It's definitely not the person who stole the little fire Qilin from you. I've already seen that person, and he's already dead. He's definitely not that powerful. Not to mention the poison he concocted. Even if he got close, he would definitely be poisoned. However, there's no poison in his body. Therefore, the person who poisoned her must be someone else. Thinking about the cause and effect of the incident, it seemed that only someone related to the Fire Qilin clan could poison her. Moreover, the poison was almost completely targeted at the Fire Qilin. If she thought about it further, the reason why the little fire Qilin was stolen might have been intentional. That person would be scared out of his wits over such a small matter. He would not have the guts to steal her child right under the fire Qilin's nose. Mu Bai Huarong suddenly realized that there was indeed something fishy about this matter. If there wasn't anything fishy, how could everything be so coincidental? How could an ordinary person know that the fire Qilin was about to give birth at such a crucial time? After all, it was a divine beast. For something as serious as giving birth, she would definitely find an absolutely safe place. Ordinary humans would find it difficult to even get close, let alone enter. If the thief was powerful and had some relationship with them, then everything would make sense. Huarong thought for a long time and really thought of such a person. A person who had both the motive and the strength to do all this. Damn it! She was so angry that she wanted to seek revenge immediately. At the same time, she carefully wanted to look at her child again. Leave the little fire Qilin with me for now. When Mubai saw this, he quickly stood out. This was an important opportunity to build a good relationship with the divine beast fire Qilin. He wouldn't dream of keeping the little fire Qilin as his pet. However, he had to establish a good relationship with an adult fire Qilin, not to mention anything else. Even if the other party owed him a favor, he would have profited greatly from this. However, Huarong wasn't willing at all, even if he was the one who was rushing her. In the end, her gaze fell on Qinyu. I can feel that you are different from others, and my child is also close to you. So I will temporarily entrust the child to you. Remember, his name is Qi Yan. Huarong finally looked at Qi Yan reluctantly. She could only leave quickly with tears and anger in her eyes. She went to find the enemy who made her mature and painful. Qi Yan seemed to have sensed something and struggled in Qinyu's arms. He opened his eyes and finally fell asleep peacefully. When Mubai saw this scene, he was very envious. He also wanted to go and get the little fire Qilin. This was the future divine beast fire Qilin. When it was young, it had a mother by its side to take care of it. When it grew up, it would be an overlord. Looking at Huarong's strength, it would be at least the strength of a holy king when it grew up. What city Lord Mu said before, can you continue to fulfill your promise now? Qin Yu blocked his line of sight without leaving a trace. Mu Bai couldn't help but touch his nose. Then he ordered people to start preparing. Now that he thought about it, he had promised a lot of things just now. For example, some things for the little fire Qilin and some high-quality spiritual items for the little fire Qilin to eat. These were all things that he had promised to Huarong personally. If he went back on his word at the last minute, Huarong would definitely tear down Baixia City when she returned. Although it looked small, it was a divine beast after all. The scales on its body were already quite heavy. The little fire Qilin's weight was not heavy. If it were an ordinary person, their hands would have long been sore after holding it for so long. But from the beginning to the end, Qin Yu's expression was normal. On the one hand, he had promised to take good care of this little guy. On the other hand, this little guy was not willing to let go at all. It clung to his arms tightly. If he forced his hands to let go, those sharp claws would hook onto his clothes and not be willing to go down. She continued to cry. Otherwise, why would people say that comparisons are odious? Mu Bai looked on enviously from the side. But no matter what he did, he couldn't bring the little fire Qilin to his side. Even if the little fire Qilin's identity as a divine beast was excluded, it still looked very mighty and beautiful. Unfortunately, no matter what he did, he couldn't make the little guy look at him. Not even once. This was probably because of the previous few incidents that made the little fire Qilin lose its sense of security. It was also because of the dragon aura on his body that the little fire Qilin didn't treat him as one of those despicable people who had captured him. If it were anyone else, the little fire Qilin would not be outdone and would directly scratch that person. Although the divine beast was still young and was only a cub, its strength had already begun to show. Only the dragon soul could barely carry the little fire Qilin to the side. But if it wasn't careful, the little fire Qilin would still slip to Qin Yu's side. It tried to climb up and find a comfortable place to curl up. Qin Yu pulled the little fire Qilin down expressionlessly. The clothes on his body were torn apart. Although the divine beast was still young, it was indeed not to be underestimated, especially when it was ignorant and didn't know how strong it was. It went around causing trouble. Chapter 890. After being reprimanded, the little fire Qilin became much more well-behaved. However, it still followed Qin Yu closely. Why don't you let me spend some time alone with this little guy? If you can do it, I can tell you some inside information about the exchange in private. This should be your first time here. Don't you want to know? Mu Bai felt his heart itch as he watched from the side. If there was no comparison, perhaps he would feel better. However, the Fire Qilin's attitude towards Qin Yu was too different from how it treated them. That was why he couldn't bear it, and even took the initiative to negotiate. He really couldn't bear it any longer. He was the city lord of White Sand City, and all those who came to participate in the exchange would all be killed. Even the disciples of the big sects wanted to have a good relationship with him, so that they could be of help to him or form a good relationship with him. However, Qin Yu was different. He had never seen someone like Qin Yu, not to mention building a good relationship with him. He was cold and indifferent. It was as if he was just an ordinary person and not a respected city lord or powerful immortal spirit realm expert. Qin Yu still gave an ambiguous answer. City, Lord Mu can do it yourself, as long as Qi Yan agrees. If Qi Yan agreed, would he need to take the initiative to come here? Mu Bai was so angry that he almost crushed his favorite purple gold gourd into pieces. It was because he really had no other choice that he came here. However, Qin Yu's attitude was still the same as before. There was no change in it. What do you want? I've made concessions to you time and time again. It's not because I'm afraid of you. Mu Bai's left hand formed a claw and emitted faint yellow smoke. Suddenly, without any warning, it attacked Qin Yu's throat. Humph! Mu Bai was directly sent flying. This time, he only used 30% of his strength. However, that was not something that a profound immortal could take. Even an immortal soul realm expert would have to pay a price if he wanted to take this attack. For a moment, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Then, all the disbelief disappeared with a smile. It was as if he had never made a move, nor did he have any ill intentions. Heroes indeed come from the young. To think that there's actually such an extraordinary person like you in this world. Where did you learn from? Mu Bai wanted to sound him out. He didn't believe that such a talented person didn't have a master. He wondered which almighty being was able to teach such an outstanding disciple. He even used the pretense of coming from the lower realm. Previously, he had been deceived very hard. You think too much. I'm not the disciple of some expert from a large sect, nor am I deliberately concealing my identity to go out and train. Mu Bai refused to believe it. He didn't believe that such a talented person wouldn't be discovered, nor would he be the disciple of some expert. Even he could tell at a glance how outstanding the others were. He didn't believe that no one could tell that this was a good seedling, as long as he was nurtured a little. It was hard to say who would be more valuable in the future. However, his repeated interrogations did not yield any results. He had no choice but to give up on his idea. No matter what kind of inside story there was, it had nothing to do with him. However, it was still very embarrassing to lose to someone who was so much weaker than him. He wanted to stop him and talk about the matter that he had brought up previously. Then I'll have to trouble you. Mu Bai's discomfort was quickly pushed to the back of his mind. As for the inside story of the exchange meeting, it was actually just that. Which sect had some personal relationships? With which sect? Which sect maintained peace with which sect? But in private, they had already fought for hundreds of times. The most important thing was the real purpose of the exchange. When the exchange was first established, it was actually to distribute resources. Whoever's representative could win in the end and get a good ranking. The force under his name would get a large amount of resources. Although Baisha City was the host city of this exchange, they still had to send people to participate. Moreover, there was an unwritten rule that those in the immortal spirit realm couldn't participate in the exchange, so he could only be a judge. However, there were many other things that he could do besides this. Don't underestimate me. Do you want me to go easy on you and arrange for you to be in the front? Or should I just arrange a few weaker opponents for you? Qin Yu smiled and looked at him for a while. With his strength, why would he need to arrange for weaker opponents? Since the immortal spirit realm wasn't going to fight, then all the participants were no threat to him. He was curious about the immortal spirit realm, and he had some respect for it. However, if it was an ordinary immortal spirit realm cultivator, then forget about it. It wasn't like there weren't any immortal spirits that died at his hands. Only then did Mu Bai realize what a stupid thing he had said. Even when he attacked with 30% of his strength, it didn't do much to Qin Yu, and it was easily blocked. If it was an ordinary immortal spirit realm cultivator, what could they do to Qin Yu? If he really changed his opponent to someone weaker, then it would be a humiliation. Not only would he not be able to do him a favor, he might even become enemies. He could only smile and change the topic. He then talked about some of the inner workings of the big sects and completely changed the topic. The exchange was right in front of them, and the matter of the powerful fire Qilin suddenly descending and turning the city upside down. It had already been made into countless stories that were passed down in Baixia City, especially the young man who appeared later and stepped forward bravely, easily resolving all the dangers. He was extremely famous. Many people knew that now that the exchange was right in front of them, it was very unlikely that Qin Yu was just passing by. It was more likely that he was here to participate in the exchange. However, no one knew which city Qin Yu was representing. Which sect? Now that the exchange was right in front of them, more people were paying attention to these stories. The main character of the story, however, walked slowly and unhurriedly in the direction of the exchange. Mu Bai had to take charge of the situation from start to finish, so he went ahead first. The passers-by were in a hurry, and a large portion of them were there to join in the fun. Only a small portion of them would be able to have a place for themselves in the exchange. In the end, the crowd became very crowded. Even in the sky, there were quite a few people walking on the void. Of course, walking in the air consumed a lot of energy. If it wasn't for the fact that there were so many people on the ground, there wouldn't be so many people in the air. Chapter 891. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation A. White Dragon appeared out of nowhere. In the blink of an eye, it ran away from the crowd, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded people. They stared dumbfoundedly in the direction the white dragon left. That seems to be the location of the conference. Did any of you notice that someone was standing on top of that white dragon's head? How is that possible? Dragons are prideful by nature. There's no way they'd be willing to be a mount. The crowd only paused for a moment. After all, time waits for no one. However, the news of White Dragon's sudden emergence from the crowd still spread throughout Baixia City in a short period of time. Some said that the White Dragon was just passing by, while others said that it had gone to the conference to watch the show. Others said that the White Dragon was actually the pet of some sex super expert. It had been hiding from the world for a long time, so no one knew about it. Now that the conference was in full swing, it had come out to take a look. When the White Dragon appeared, Mu Bai was startled, thinking that it was another farce like the Fire Qilin incident. He hurried over, only to realize that the White Dragon wasn't that strong. When he got closer, he saw the White Dragon clearly. When he saw the two people standing on top of the White Dragon head, his eyes widened and his face was filled with disbelief. Then he shook his head and smiled bitterly. Even if they wanted to steal the Fire Qilin, he had to accept his fate. Some things shouldn't belong to him, so he shouldn't think too much about it. However, seeing that Qin Yu now had another divine beast bloodline by his side, Mu Bai couldn't help but feel bitter. He possessed such strength and was the lord of a city with a noble status. Yet, he didn't even have a decent pet beast. On the other hand, Qin Yu was so much younger than him, yet he was shockingly talented. Mu Bai couldn't help but be envious of his luck. If Mu Bai were like most people, with greed in his heart, he wouldn't hesitate to use his strength to force Qin Yu to hand over his pet beast. He might even kill him for his possessions. But now that many people knew about this, if Mu Bai were to make a move, he would be putting himself in grave danger. He might even become the target of the various sections. Hence, Mu Bai knew what was more important. Soon, a sincere smile appeared on his face. You've come at the right time. Now that the exchange is about to begin, I've specially prepared a seat for you. Go and take a look. If there's anything that doesn't fit, tell me immediately. I'll get someone to change it for you. Arlong just carried Chinyu to the place. Although the social gathering was built in a very large area, it was still very spacious. However, his body was 1,000 feet long. Waiting here was too eye-catching. Moreover, there was no place for him. Once he reached his destination, he would naturally return. The sudden disappearance of a relatively strong dragon caused another round of discussion. The envy in Mu Bai's eyes grew even more intense. However, since he was able to become the city lord, he had always been able to keep a poker face. Soon, he led her to one of the few seats at the front with a smile. This was the position that he had specially arranged for them. Being near the front also meant that they were of noble status. He was the city lord, so arranging for Chinyu to sit in the front was a piece of cake. No one would say anything to him about this matter. It seemed that Mu Bai had told him yesterday that sitting in the front was extremely rare. No one dared to provoke those who could sit in the front, and they all had a certain level of fame and strength. However, he had just arrived, so how could he have any fame? Even if his strength was sufficient, there were very few people who knew him. No matter how he thought about it, the front seat shouldn't have been given to him. Perhaps seeing through Chinyu's thoughts, Mu Bai was about to open his mouth and talk about how difficult it was for him to get the front seat for him. Hence, before he could say anything, Chinyu and the dragon soul directly occupied the 2 seats over there. There were no emotions as he had imagined, not to mention joy and nervousness. Even the nervousness that he had imagined, not a single trace of it. It was as if that seat originally belonged to them. Mu Bai's face stiffened. Once again, he couldn't keep a straight face in front of Chinyu and revealed some clues. City Lord Mu, don't you have to attend to your own matters? Chinyu looked to the side. There were a few people waving at Mu Bai. Obviously, they had something to ask him to go over. Of course, I still have some things to do. You sit here first. If there's anything you're not used to, forget it. Just pretend that I didn't say that. In any case, he didn't see anything that Chinyu was not used to. He was much more used to it than he had imagined. For a moment, he even felt a little absent-minded, as if that seat was originally Chinyu and the dragon soul's seat, and he wanted to take advantage of this nod to get some benefits. However, he quickly came back to his senses. Obviously, things shouldn't have turned out like this. He originally wanted to use this matter to ask for a favor. One of his most common methods was to establish good relations with people with boundless futures in advance. Even geniuses had the probability of dying young. However, as long as he made friends with enough people, there would always be a portion of the geniuses who owed him a favor in the end. Even if they didn't do anything for him, they would still have to be polite to him and treat him with respect. However, this was the first time that he tried to worm his way into being friends with someone, but failed. Even Mu Bai was a little absent-minded when he left. People gradually arrived one after another, but only the front row was not full. Especially the few seats next to Chinyu, there was not a single person. From time to time, there would be whispers. Isn't that the place where the immortals sit? I also remember that there should be immortals sitting there. But why is there a stranger sitting there now? Do any of you remember who this person is? Could it be that I forgot? I don't know either. As time went by, the other places were all filled with people. Only the seats in the front that represented status had not been taken. One had to know that the exchange meetings were often full. Especially the seats in the front, it was impossible for there to be any vacancies. They would only be fought over. But now no one had gone over. Chinyu sat there alone. He closed his eyes to rest. Suddenly, a prying gaze swept over. It was directly blocked by one eye. He casually set up layers of barriers, making it impossible for people to see clearly. Puff! Not far away, the white-bearded old man spat out a mouthful of blood. Unexpectedly, he was injured by the rebounding attack, which was neither light nor serious. This kid is actually so strong. There were a few people standing beside the white-bearded old man, and judging from their auras, they were at least peak immortal souls. Seeing this mouthful of blood, their evaluation of Qin Yu improved a lot. This was a person that they needed to be wary of. Just 15 minutes before the exchange meeting was about to start, the few immortals who had arrived late finally revealed themselves. Chapter 892. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. He seemed to have come from afar and was approaching them step by step, bringing great pressure to everyone present. Everyone could not help but sigh. He was indeed an immortal monarch. Qin Yu was still sitting in his seat without moving. In the exchange, he was not representing himself, but the entire Cloud Immortal City. Hence, there was no need to say anything to these unrelated people. The immortal monarchs arrived one after another and sat in their seats. Only one of them had an ashen expression because his seat had been moved to the back. Speaking of which, this was not a big deal. However, Qin Yu was in front of him, which made him extremely unhappy. "Why don't you and I exchange seats? I think that side is more suitable for you." Although he said so, the white-bearded elder did not have any intention to negotiate. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand. It seemed to be thrown casually, but there was a powerful force hidden in it. If an ordinary mystic immortal received it, his internal organs would definitely be damaged, and he would die. "What if I don't agree?" Qin Yu stretched out his hand. He activated the Azure Dragon technique. The ethereal horsetail whisk suddenly exploded. It turned into countless fragments and scattered in all directions. Each fragment carried the white-bearded elder's hidden force, which was extremely powerful. It didn't take long for the surroundings to be in an extremely sorry state. Everything was in utter chaos. Only Qin Yu and the area behind him were truly clean. There was not the slightest bit of debris. This move caused the white-bearded old man to be greatly shocked. Not only was his purpose exposed in front of everyone, which made him lose face. Also, there was this sudden explosion. Everyone who was injured would probably come to find trouble with him. Even if he did not say anything, his reputation would have fallen to the bottom. Mu Bai thought to himself. He was still a little worried. After all, he saw it clearly. The force contained in the ethereal horsetail whisk was definitely more than 70% of a mortal monarch by Su's strength. His purpose was to beat Qin Yu to the point where he would never be able to recover. However, he did not expect to make such a big mistake at the crucial moment. However, this was also a reflection of Qin Yu's strength. "Are you done playing? If not, at least wait until the exchange begins." The other immortal monarchs were shocked. At this moment, they also reacted quickly and laughed heartily. It was as if this incident had never happened. "You're too impatient. After the exchange begins, there will be opportunities for you and this young friend to learn from each other." "That's right. Since we're all sitting in the Cloud Immortal Monarch by Su's, we Immortal Monarch by Su." Immortal Monarch by Su, and returned to his seat. But looking at Qin Yu and Qin Yu, Immortal Monarch by Su. By Immortal Monarch by Su, he had never imagined that things would turn out this way. Immortal Monarch by Yins, by Immortal Monarch by Immortal by Monarch Translation, by Su by Monarch Translation, Su Translation is immortal, by Immortal Translation, Immortal Translation. It is to kill translation. To Lu is I. Do I do that disguise that Disco S exchange was still going on as usual. The mess caused by the small episode just now was quickly cleaned up. But when the exchange was held, the time was slightly delayed. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but look at Qin Yu and Immortal Monarch by Su, who had made such a big scene just now. Suddenly, they realized that the couple seemed to have disappeared. But if they sensed carefully, they could still find that there was someone there. In the end, they had no choice but to look at Immortal Monarch by Su. Immortal Monarch by Su now understood what it meant to feel uneasy. Those gazes were like sharp needles. They directly pierced into the flesh on his back. But no matter how he tried to isolate himself, he couldn't isolate those things, and he couldn't be seen in other places. He could only bear these gazes from different people. He was so ashamed that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Sure enough, he should have used all his strength just now. He shouldn't have held back at all. Even if he would be criticized, he couldn't care less. The exchange had just begun. He couldn't help but stand up and challenge Chinyu. Of course, on the surface, it was Rising Sun Palace and Cloud Immortal City exchanging pointers. But in reality, no one could tell. This exchange was called as an exchange, but it was just Immortal Monarch by Su wanting to vent his anger. Chinyu wasn't afraid at all. Under the situation where everyone was guessing how he would admit defeat, he stood in the middle of the stage. I'll let you make 3 moves first. Since it's an exchange of pointers, of course, it can end at the beginning. Otherwise, Rising Sun Palace wouldn't look good. As soon as he said that, Immortal Monarch by Su couldn't take such humiliation anymore. Under the situation where no one said anything, he flew onto the stage. The horsetail whisk that he always carried with him appeared in his hand. He waved it over on the spot with great strength. There was the sound of something breaking through the air. It kept exploding in his ears. Waves of oppressive sensations were pressing down on Chinyu. Chinyu didn't dodge or avoid it. Just as it was about to get close, he moved his feet slightly and dodged it easily. This was a fatal blow. Immortal Monarch by Su was even more furious when his attack didn't hit. You dare to let me make 3 moves first. Within 3 moves, you'll definitely lose. Chinyu still didn't move, and there was a relaxed smile on his face. He stood steadily with his hands behind his back. There was a slight breeze. His robe fluttered gently. Immortal Monarch by Su's eyes were red because of his anger. The knuckles of his hand that was holding the horsetail whisk started to turn green. You're actually so arrogant. Then take this. Rising Sun, Scorching Sun. Asahi Yuruka. The white horsetail whisk drew a few strokes in the air. The dazzling orange light formed a huge ball of light, just like a small sun that was just born. Before anyone could react, this berserk energy directly smashed toward Chinyu. Haha, go and die. No one can withstand this move of mine. You actually want to take 3 of my moves. Now you can't even take 2 of my moves. Mu Bai's heart kept sinking. No matter how talented he was, under such a powerful crisis, he would probably die prematurely. But at that time he couldn't react in time. Even if he wanted to, he was powerless. Rumble, it wasn't easy to fight on the battle stage in the air. There were countless cracks on it. This was the full strength of an Immortal Monarch's attack. But not long after, the battle stage slowly recovered. The cracks were slowly mended. After the dust gradually settled, a figure stood proudly like a jade bamboo. Chinyu stepped out of the dust and stood in front of Immortal Monarch by Su. There's only 1 move left. I'm going to fight back. Chapter 893. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Arrogant. Too arrogant. White Rainbow. World Annihilation. I don't believe that you can come out unscathed. When the other Immortal Monarchs sensed this enormous energy, their expressions changed drastically. Mu Bai stood up from the city, Lord Seat. He leaped up. He arrived in front of the ball of light that contained the enormous destructive energy. He used all his strength. Only then did he manage to block the enormous destructive energy at the last moment. Are you crazy? No matter how angry he was, this was an exchange after all. He could not be so obvious. However, not only did he make it extremely obvious on the surface, he even used such a powerful killing move. Even if he used up all the power of the Immortal Monarch, even if he used all his strength, he would still have to pay a huge price to use such a powerful attack. Mu Bai didn't have the time to stop them, and the consequence of that was that many of the people present would be killed or injured. Although Bai Su Immortal Monarch's strength wasn't at the peak of perfection, he was still one of the best. This was the trump card that he had kept hidden for many years. Few people knew that his strength was comparable to an immortal. After he calmed down, he still did not suffer any damage. There was not a speck of dust on his body, and even his eyes were still calm. Immortal Lord Baisu felt cold when he saw Chinyu. Immortal Monarch Baishu suddenly felt as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water on him. He looked at the mess around him and then looked at his hands in disbelief. However, he did not regret it. He was just shocked. Why was he still unable to kill Chinyu on the spot, even after taking out his trump card? Are you going to stop me? Don't forget that you are just the city lord here. Although you are in charge of the exchange and it is held in your territory, it does not mean that you can speak to me like this. Although Mu Bai wanted to curry favor with those big sects, he would not allow anyone to humiliate him like this. The difference in strength between the two of them was so obvious. Immortal Lord Bai Su was already in a sorry state. He had to use all his strength one after another. Now, he did not have much strength left. Yet he still showed such an attitude. He was not even willing to show any effort on the surface. He directly humiliated Immortal Lord Baisu. Since I can't do anything about it, then I'll let this exchange of pointers continue. He knew better than anyone else that Immortal Lord Baisu was not an easy person to get along with. Although such a huge force swept the entire place, Immortal Lord Baisu, who was in the center of the force, did not show any fear. Immortal Lord Baisu was indifferent from the beginning, although he had already thought of how to face all of this, and he might have even thought that such a thing might happen from the very beginning. He did not expect it to happen. Mu Baisu, Immortal Lord Baisu, if he said he wouldn't care about this matter, then he really wouldn't care about this matter. Immortal Lord Baisu, Immortal Lord Baisu. Immortal Lord Baisu was Immortal Lord Baisu. Was Immortal Lord Baisu? Since Immortal Lord Baisu was Immortal Lord Baisu, Immortal Lord Su Su Su, Immortal Translation, Translation, Immortal, Translation, Translation. Immortal Translation, Translation, Immortal Lord. Immortal Translation. But it was impossible for him to give up. There was Immortal. Otherwise he would lose face as an Immortal Lord. Would he take the initiative to admit defeat to someone who was much weaker than him? Since the cultivation realm was there was no room for him to regret. Now that the 3 moves have passed, let me see what you have. Could it be that you were so full of yourself before, but now you can't show me your strength? The cultivation realm was there. Even if there were a small number of people who had the strength to challenge those of a higher cultivation realm, those people were very rare. That kind of genius, all the big sects would fight to recruit. If he was really a genius and was extremely famous, Immortal Lord Baisu would have heard of him before. After carefully pondering for a while and confirming that he had never seen Chinyu before and did not know of such a person, Immortal Monarch Baisu became even bolder. Immortal Lord Baisu was not as embarrassed and angry as before. Drinking Dragon Sword, a bright silver light flashed. Lin Xuanyu could not help but stand up. Previously, he was knocked down by such a sudden attack and embarrassed in front of everyone. Now, this move was used on other Immortal Lords. If Immortal Lord Baishui was defeated this time, it would be fine. If Immortal Lord Baisu was not affected, wouldn't he be reduced to a laughingstock? However, he didn't want to see his enemy win either. He was angry and hateful, but he still made up his mind that after this exchange, he would not let Chinyu go back safely. Mad Dragon, the 4th move of Dragon Slaying Chant. Chinyu was able to easily learn the first 3 moves. However, for the 4th move, he had to spend several days before he could learn it. It was almost the sum of the first 3 moves. Of course, the power was also extremely extraordinary. Lin Xuanyu thought it was a surprise this time. However, he was soon surprised. That bright white light suddenly transformed into a long, proud dragon as it neared him, but it quickly disappeared completely. Immortal Lord Baisu fell down. Then, when he was on the ground, his eyes were closed and he spat out blood. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Baisu, senior brother, A few people quickly came out from the platform inside and stayed beside Immortal Lord Baisu. After a careful examination, they found that he was only seriously injured and fainted. He was not dead for the time being, so they were slightly relieved. But soon, their faces turned ugly, because although he was not dead, he was not far from dying. Immortal Lord Baisu was seriously injured and almost incurable. If they wanted to save such a seriously injured and dying person, they did not know how much resources they would need. Moreover, even if they saved him in the end, his strength would definitely regress. For a moment, everyone had different thoughts. Immortal Lord Baisu was not without enemies. There were many people who wanted him to live a bad life. This time, it was just a little trick without leaving a trace. It was simply too easy. TSK, this is too ruthless. At this moment, there are already 3 people who have done it at the same time. If a while more, he really can't be saved. Each of them actually used a highly toxic poison. If it is not to cripple him, it is to turn him into an idiot. Originally, it was already difficult to cure one person. Now, so many different poisons were used at the same time. At that time, even if he was saved, he would be completely crippled. Other than gasping for breath, he would not be able to do anything else. Not to mention the Immortal Lord, he would probably become a laughingstock. How could Mu Bai, who was the strongest person present, not notice it? He did not do anything. Qin Yu also did not take the initiative to remind him. Chapter 894. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Just now, that person wanted to kill him. So why should he take the initiative to go over? One-Eyed originally wanted to watch the show, but now that he didn't see anything interesting, he felt a little bored and shrank back. A large group of people gathered around Immortal Monarch Baisu. They looked at Qin Yu unkindly, but they were concerned about Mu Bai. They didn't make a move immediately. From the looks of it, I wanted to see if he would do something. Mu Bai sneered and didn't remind them. If they really wanted to target Qin Yu, he would silently burn a few incense sticks for them in his heart. How could a person who could easily defeat an immortal monarch without hesitation be so simple? If they were to truly consider Qin Yu as a simple character, then each and every one of them would end up like Baisu, Immortal Monarch. Hurry up and take him away. I don't think he's in a good condition now. It was more than just not in a good condition. Now that he had so many drugs in his body, if he couldn't get rid of all the toxins in a short time, from then on, he would only be a cripple. However, Mu Bai kept remembering Qin Yu's clean attack just now, and Immortal Monarch Baisu's insolence just now. Therefore, no one reminded him. If he did, it wouldn't be worth it to offend a rising genius like Qin Yu. Moreover, he was happy to see this happen. A part of the front row that belonged to the Immortal Monarchs was emptied. Lin Xuanyu wasn't among them. He and Immortal Monarch Baisu were just acquaintances. Immortal Monarch Baisu was older and more experienced, so he didn't care much about rising juniors like them. Lin Xuanyu didn't go up to him. He didn't know when he would be labeled as someone who deliberately approached him with ulterior motives. This wasn't an isolated incident. Let's continue with the exchange. What happened just now was just a small interlude. Everyone return to your seats. As long as everyone follows the rules, I don't think the previous incident will happen again. Mu Bai's words had a hidden meaning. After this, no one paid much attention to Qin Yu's seat, afraid that they would be the next unlucky one. After this incident, no one dared to take the initiative to challenge Qin Yu. Instead, they sparred with each other within their own sect. Among them, there were also small cities like the Cloud Immortal City that had always been unknown and did not stand out. Qin Yu had fewer opportunities to fight, so he focused on watching the others fight. After all, those who dared to challenge him were all people with some strength. The sparring was quite exciting to watch. On the other hand, the soul-shocking commotion from before didn't appear again, and it was even to the extent that most of the battles were between the mysterious immortals themselves. It wasn't that there weren't any immortal soul realm cultivators sparring with each other, but they all stopped after a certain point. None of them went overboard. Looks like I was really unlucky before. What a coincidence. I bumped into someone who tried to kill me. Compared to other people, his movements were much gentler. Every time he would not overdo it and would never go overboard. If someone went a little overboard, such as accidentally cutting a few wounds on the opponent's body, they would immediately stop and apologize. After that, they would continue to maintain a peaceful facade. It was just like what Mubai said at the start. The purpose of the exchange was to exchange pointers. Although there were fights in the open and in the dark, they were all done in private. Since it was said to be a spar, it was a spar. Very few people would directly kill in public, because not only would that smear his own reputation, but it would also smear the reputation of the faction behind him. Not long after, someone challenged Lin Xuanyu of the Profound Heaven sect. He was already an immortal soul realm cultivator. Those who dared to challenge him had to at least be in the immortal soul realm. Lin Xuanyu didn't show any signs of panic from the start to the end. This person was also an old rival of his. He came from Hegemon God Lin. His bronze-colored skin made him look extremely valiant. He was 8 feet tall, and his muscles were bulging. Compared to Lin Xuanyu's skinny body, there were 2 extremes. But when the 2 of them stood on the same stage, their auras were on par. Please. Lin Xuanyu took a step back, looking extremely polite. Many female cultivators couldn't help but let out soft screams. All sorts of praises were being said in private. Although they were all whispering, when there were too many people talking, it became noisy. It was very easy for people to hear some of the content in their words. Other than praises, there was nothing else mixed in. Lin Xuanyu was very pleased with himself, but he didn't show it on his face. Soon, he summoned a jade flute out of thin air. It was completely white and transparent with a faint green hue. A long tassel hung from the end of the jade flute. His opponent didn't care about these fancy moves at all. He didn't seem to move, but he directly pulled out 2 huge hammers from behind him. Countless rice and snow grass grew on the hammers, emitting a strong smell of blood. Even though they were separated by a great distance, you could still smell the stench of blood and corpses. Obviously, many people had died under these hammers, and each of them had died in an extremely cruel way. This was an opponent that couldn't be underestimated. Lin Xuanyu also became much more serious. A peaceful melody suddenly sounded, but it suddenly changed in the middle, and it sounded like it was filled with killing intent. Countless melodies turned into invisible blades that charged towards the brawny man. Petty tricks. After so many years, you haven't changed at all. You only know how to play these fancy tricks. Lin Xuanyu's expression turned ugly for a moment. Then it returned to normal. Victory seemed to be in his grasp. So what if it's fancy? As long as I can defeat the enemy, that's the best method. With every step the brawny man took, the ground would shake 3 times. He seemed to have added a great amount of power to the hammers. They smashed towards Lin Xuanyu. Lin Xuanyu didn't panic at all. The melody didn't stop. One-Eyed suddenly exclaimed in surprise. This guy actually left an afterimage where he was and ran away. However, that brawny man's reputation isn't undeserved. He's already found something wrong. He didn't hide his voice. So many people heard this. They heard it clearly. Even the brawny man on the stage heard this. He immediately raised his hammers and smashed them behind him. Lin Xuanyu had no choice but to reveal himself, using the jade flute to block the 2 hammers. He suddenly retreated and attacked from another direction. His figure was like a ghost. And at the end of the jade flute, there was a short sword an inch long pointed straight at the brawny man's throat. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes, taking the lead to clap and congratulate. Chapter 895. He suddenly wanted to give it a try. Lin Xuanyu was indeed a good opponent. His successful sneak attack was partly due to luck. Now he wanted to use real swords and spears to test out his true abilities. This battle is a bit boring. Brother Qin, why don't you come on stage with me? Lin Xuanyu's opponent hadn't even left the stage yet, but he was already provoking Qin. He had been waiting for an opportunity. Now that he had one, everyone's attention was on him. If he suggested it, no one would be able to refuse. Unless he wanted to become the target of everyone. This was a sparring session, but it was normal. Even if he wanted to dodge, he didn't think Qin would be able to. He didn't expect Qin to want to spar with him as well. That would be great. With a light tap of his toes, Qin lands directly on the stage. At this moment, the big guy is still standing on the stage, unwilling to leave. He stared at Lin Xuanyu like a beast. Sooner or later, I will defeat you fair and square. This is just a spar. I will definitely have a good fight with you in a secluded place some other day until the real victor is decided. Actually, he had the chance to block Lin Xuanyu's attack. Even if Lin Xuanyu's attack landed, he still had the chance to fight back. At least it wouldn't be fatal. To him, as long as it wasn't fatal, he wouldn't lose. So, he didn't want to accept this result. Lin Xuanyu acted like the head disciple of a big sect. The jade flute quickly disappeared from his hand. He chuckled and nodded. Then I'll definitely spar with you one day. But it was just a sparring session, not a real competition. The big guy left unwillingly. Before he left, he glanced at Qin with a strange expression. In the end, he mumbled something and disappeared from the stage. He seemed to be sitting in a seat near the back. Qin was relatively close to her. Adding on the fact that his ears and eyes were very sharp, he was able to hear her mumbling very clearly. This big guy was encouraging him, wanting him to defeat Lin Xuanyu in one fell swoop. Defeat him directly? That's not a bad idea. But isn't it pointless to just go up and defeat him? If it is too easy to win, wouldn't it be a lot less fun? This time his goal was to force Lin Xuanyu to use all of his trump cards. How strong was the chief disciple of the profound heaven sect? What kind of strength could he bring out in a crisis? He was very curious. Strength and trump cards were two completely different things. If it was just a matter of deciding the victor, they would have already decided the victor. One strike was enough to kill. What else was there to say? Lin Xuanyu seemed to have completely forgotten about his public defeat. The jade flute in his hand floated with his thoughts and appeared again. I saw that when you were sparring with Baisu, you took the initiative to give him 3 moves. How about I let you have 3 moves this time as well? Qin Yu drew his drinking dragon sword. He didn't waste any time talking nonsense with him and approached him step by step. Then his speed became faster and faster, reminding them that their competition had already begun. The so-called sparring had already come to an end. So, no one continued to talk nonsense here. The attack came too quickly. Lin Xuanyu couldn't react in time and was scratched a little. But the injury wasn't serious. The attack only brushed past him. With such a small wound, he could easily repair it when he returned. So, even if he saw blood, Qin didn't go overboard. But that was only in the eyes of others. Seeing blood meant that he didn't have any patience. He slowly made his move bit by bit. He didn't seem to have said that he would give Qin 3 moves. He directly made his move. This time he didn't pretend to be a gentleman. He didn't play the melody slowly. Instead, he used the flute as a sword. He had noticed it before. Qin had always been holding a sword in his hand. Coincidentally, his jade flute countered sword techniques. He didn't know if it was because of the jade flute. This time the fight was extremely easy. Lin Xuanyu didn't suddenly slit his throat. The two were evenly matched. Different lights flashed countless times in the blink of an eye. It was like fireworks. Most of the lights were white and dark. In a short span of time, the two had exchanged several blows. Then they separated. They stood in the air and stared at each other, as if trying to find a clear weakness. Although it was only for a short span of time, But it was enough for them to understand that the jade flute in Lin Xuanyu's hand countered all kinds of swords. Brother Qin is indeed extraordinary, but that's it. The gap between realms is like a natural chasm. No one can cross it. Lin Xuanyu pointed his jade flute at Qin Yu, and the angle of this attack was extremely tricky. If he used sword techniques, there was no way to dodge it. Logically speaking, at this point, he should stop to prevent anyone from getting hurt. But he didn't want to stop at all. It was rare for him to have such an opportunity to vent his anger. So what if he went a little overboard? Later, as long as he apologized and expressed his attitude, no one would pursue the matter. It was just a person sent by the small cloud immortal city. He had never heard of this small city before. In his impression, the cloud immortal city lord had always been trying to curry favor with the Xiantian sect. Lan Sha had met him once before, so he didn't take this matter to heart at all. And wasn't the city lord the most powerful person in a city? So even if he severely injured the person and made it impossible for him to return, a small cloud immortal city didn't have the guts to find trouble with the Xiantian sect. Thinking of this, there was even some malice in his eyes, and he used this opportunity to kill the person directly. The sword pierced through the person's heart. This was just an accident. The person was already dead. Even if someone wanted to pursue the matter, who would stand on the side of a dead person? Qin Yu suddenly laughed. It was as if he was laughing at his ignorance and arrogance. Who said, "I only know how to use swords. This is just something that I've been using for 2 to 3 months. Compared to the gentleman's sword, I prefer the decisive dragon spear." The long spear was like a dragon. It raised its head slightly and at the last moment deflected Lin Xuanyu's sharp blade that was about to pierce through his heart. He wasn't good at using swords. He was better at using spears. Lin Xuanyu probably didn't expect someone to fight with a weapon that wasn't suitable for him. He even fought with a weapon that wasn't suitable for him. Chapter 896. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. When he was knocked away, his face was still filled with shock and disbelief. Now, all his advantages had turned into disadvantages. In terms of length, how could the jade flute compare to the spear? The longer it was, the stronger it was. Moreover, his gentle jade flute could not block the attack of the spear at all. In the end, it could only be smashed into pieces. He fell heavily to the ground and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He closed his eyes and fell unconscious. This was the second time. The second time Qin Yu defeated someone in the immortal soul realm. He even knocked them unconscious. But this time, before the other people from the Xiantian sect could quickly surround Qin Yu and accuse him, he took the initiative to walk over. He squatted down. With one slap, Lin Xuanyu's face was slapped to the side. Even the corner of his mouth was broken. "You're still pretending?" Lin Xuanyu's eyes moved slightly. His eyeballs kept rolling. But no matter what, he refused to open his eyes. Even if he was humiliated to this extent, it was better than admitting that he was not as strong as Qin Yu in front of everyone. Qin Yu did not have the patience to play tricks with him. He also did not have the patience to save face. He directly slapped the swollen half of Lin Xuanyu's face again. Lin Xuanyu could no longer keep up the act. He really spat out a mouthful of blood. There was even a tooth in the blood. The blood was forced out by him. It was just for show and did not cause any harm. But this time he was seriously injured, and one of his teeth had fallen out. "Don't go overboard. You've already won. What else do you want? I'm from the Xiantian sect." Before he could finish, the swollen half of his face was slapped again. Xiantian sect? Xiantian sect? Did they think they could be so arrogant just because they were from a sect? How embarrassing. He was born to dislike people like this. He did not have a good impression of these sanctimonious people. A loss was a loss, but he didn't admit it openly. Instead, he used such a despicable method to splash dirty water on him. Why didn't he go even further? He slapped himself on the body. If he were to seriously injure himself, at least that would be more convincing. Instead of persisting in doing some superficial work, like he was doing now. In fact, his body wasn't injured at all. Ask yourself honestly, did I do anything to you? I'll have to trouble City, Lord Mu, to come and take a look. I've always followed the rules of the exchange. I've always stopped before going overboard. Mu Bai looked at Lin Xuanyu's blurry face. She couldn't even bear to look at him. However, when it came to cheating, even if it was someone from the Profound Heaven sect, he would not tolerate it. After all, it was related to his reputation. No matter how powerful the Xiantian sect was, they couldn't attack him without any reason. His Baixia city had been in operation for many years, and he was not to be trifled with. After a careful examination, he nodded. Indeed, there are no injuries on Lin Xuanyu. However, there were still some injuries. The most serious one was the injury on his face. Other than losing a tooth and some red and swollen blood on his face, there were no other injuries. It was even a little too good. Under such circumstances, it could only mean that Qin Yu didn't slap his face just now. There were no injuries on Lin Xuanyu's body at all. All right, let's not talk about what happened before. Let's just talk about how you humiliated me afterward. You actually hit me so hard and made my face look like this. Aren't you going to apologize at all? He felt a little guilty and didn't want to talk about what happened before. He wanted to just talk about it and talk about what happened after. The burning pain on his face constantly reminded him of how badly he had been beaten up. Although he didn't see his face, he could tell from Mu Bai's words that he couldn't keep his face. If he didn't take care of it properly, it would be good enough if he didn't scare people half to death when he went out, let alone being handsome. In the eyes of others and other people, it wasn't that Lin Xuanyu's injuries were unbearable to look at. It was that he looked like half a pig's head. The other half of his face was still white and clean. However, the injured half of his face was swollen and his eyes were swollen into long slits. Half a pig's head and the other half a handsome face. It looked even more strange. The other half of his face that was unscathed reminded people of his identity and his usual dashing appearance. This is the first time I've realized that the chief disciple of the Xiantian sect is so ugly. To think that I thought his face was pretty good. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. Let's take a look at Qin Yu and wash our eyes. Just like that, Qin Yu strangely became the focus of everyone's gazes once again. It was because the people standing beside him didn't look as handsome as he did. Of course, it was also because he defeated Lin Xuanyu in one fell swoop. Since he had both strength and Lin Xuanyu's ugly appearance sitting beside him, more and more people started to look at his face. Damn it, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Lin Xuanyu gritted his teeth and a small dagger appeared in his hand. It glowed with a faint green light. Mu Bai placed his hand on Lin Xuanyu's shoulder. He had a gentle expression on his face. However, Lin Xuanyu's shoulder that was pressed down couldn't help but sink. His face became deathly pale and bean-sized beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. They slowly slid down his face. He wasn't injured at all. Reality proved that this was another interlude. It was just a small accident. In the entire exchange, there were only 2 incidents that were related to Qin Yu. All kinds of gazes fell on him. It wasn't all worship, but more fear and awe. There were also people who wanted to get close to him. However, these people couldn't easily leave their seats. If they dared to challenge him to a spar, they might be beaten up and fall to the ground in a sorry state. At that time, they would lose more than they gained and lose all their face. Therefore, although he became the center of attention, no one dared to get close to him. Qin Yu was left alone. As for those people looking at him, if he was annoyed, one eye would block those people's gazes. After that, nothing else happened. According to the usual practice, the Xiantian sect would usually get a unique share. However, during the last exchange meeting, Yi Zichen had already made his move. The Xiantian sect only got second place. Now that Qin Yu defeated him, it was equivalent to getting his place. Chapter 897. If anyone was unconvinced, they could challenge him directly. But later on, there were people who went to challenge the first place, but no one challenged him, the second place. The first ranked sect had already been challenged several times. It was called a spar, but in reality it was just a matter of ranking. But even so, no one dared to challenge the seemingly easier second place. Qin Yu sat like this from the beginning to the end. In the end, he was ranked second. The runner-up will receive a number of small spiritual lands, as well as the rights to mine dozens of mineral veins. Of course, there were a lot of resources, but those bits and pieces were not worth mentioning. The most important things in cultivation were spiritual lands and mineral veins. As for the second place of the exchange, Quan would be able to get a lot. Although the first place had more points, in reality it wasn't that much more. Moreover, all the resources obtained from the exchange were credible. At the very least, no one would fight for it for the next 100 years, because that would mean going against all the participants of the exchange meeting. There are quite a lot of things here. No, Wonderland Shah insisted that he participate in this exchange no matter what. Moreover, he seemed to value it so much, because the remuneration was indeed not bad. It only took him a few days to obtain so many things. Speaking of which, this could be considered a 100-fold return. In fact, even if it was 100 times, it would be more than 1,000 times more if all these resources were added together. In addition to the things he had done before, the contract had long been fulfilled, and it was more than fulfilled. You don't have to give these things to the Cloud Immortal City. You should have a part of these things, because you were the one who obtained this ranking. Even if you take 70% of it, no one in the Cloud Immortal City would dare to say anything. What role did the Cloud Immortal City play in this matter? They didn't even send a few people to do nothing. Mu Bai looked down on him from the bottom of his heart. What kind of dog-shit luck did he run into to meet Qin Yu? Why wasn't the place where Qin Yu landed at? He had always been a discerning person. Moreover, his city was more developed than the Cloud Immortal City. It would definitely help him develop better. Instead of directly throwing such a good seedling like Qin Yu to the outside world like this, the resources that he could take out could be said to be a sea of resources. All kinds of resources and benefits were innumerable. In Mu Bai's heart, the Cloud Immortal City had already been labeled as a wretched place. These things, perhaps I will take a portion of them, but that will only be a small portion. These things are of no use to me. I don't plan to stay and develop a large force. So what's the point of giving these things away? It's useless to me anyway. Mu Bai didn't think that he could be so magnanimous with such a huge amount of resources. Even if he couldn't use it all by himself, he could still do a lot of things. Who in this world would dislike having fewer resources and benefits? She didn't have enough dates. No one would generously give away resources to others just because they had too many resources that they could not use in a short period of time. Qin Yu really didn't take these things to heart. Now that the exchange meeting had ended, Yi Zichen didn't say anything. It was time for him to leave. He just didn't know where to go. These items would naturally be claimed by the people of the Cloud Immortal City, and he seemed to have to think about which direction to go. After Mu Bai found out about this, he couldn't wait to let people continue to stay. The reason was quite sufficient. Qi Yan was not willing to leave him at all. When Hu Rong returned, she would find her child crying and making a fuss. If there were any more problems, he wouldn't be able to bear it. If Qi Yan was taken away, it would be even worse. What you said makes sense. Mu Bai was even more energetic that day. He kept saying that there were some follow-up matters after the exchange meeting. In his heart, he was thinking about how to make him stay. It was unlikely that he would take him in as his subordinate, although the time they spent together was very short. He was very clear about Qin Yu's arrogance in his heart. If he wanted to make him stay for a long time, he had to think about it carefully. Seeing through his thoughts, Qin Yu decisively rejected him. If I want to improve my strength, I naturally can't be trapped in a small place. I won't stay in a certain place for too long, especially when there's no point for me to stay here. By the way, do you know of Xian Tian? Of course, he still had some regrets. But it was more of an epiphany. Not being trapped in a small place seemed to be a great help in improving one's strength. When he heard the last sentence, Mu Bai was a little confused. Are you asking about the current sect leader of Xian Tian sect, Sage Xian Tian? As expected, there was still no news. Qin Yu had already expected such an outcome. Now that he heard it, he wasn't surprised at all. As for the so-called Sage Xian Tian, he wasn't interested in it at all. Above the Sage King was the Sage Monarch. But Senzin could crush 100 Sage Monarchs working together. This so-called Sage Xian Tian and Sage Xian Tian Senzin couldn't be compared at all. Lin Xuanyu was beaten into a pig's head. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He almost smashed the jade flute that he used to like the most. If it wasn't for the jade flute making a mistake at the crucial moment, he wouldn't have been able to withstand that fierce attack. How would he have embarrassed himself in front of so many people? He had lost so much face. But this jade flute was a gift from his master to help him advance to the immortal soul stage. Lin Xuanyu suddenly felt a sense of grievance when he saw this warm and translucent jade flute. If you don't let me live well, I won't let you live well either. Immediately, he took out a jade pendant from his bosom. There were extremely profound and dark patterns on it. He directly crushed it. The powder formed a complete circle in the air. Through this complete circle, he seemed to be able to see another place, in another faraway sect. A blue-robed Taoist with a ruddy complexion appeared. Why did you suddenly think of contacting me? Didn't we agree that unless there was something urgent, you weren't to use this method to contact me? Lin Xuanyu immediately began to complain to his master. He had already been beaten into such a state. Moreover, his Xian Tian sect's reputation was almost completely lost. Of course, such an important matter had to be quickly notified. Moreover, this could be considered an extremely urgent matter. After understanding the whole story, he looked at his pig-headed face. Spirit Lord Tongshuan's expression darkened. Someone actually dares to humiliate my Xian Tian sect. It seems like he needs to be taught a lesson. Wait there. I'll be there soon. Then he closed the emergency call. Chapter 898. Less than half an hour had passed. Spirit Lord Tongshen had already arrived in Baixia City. If he had to rush over at such a speed, it would have been extremely exhausting for him. Anyone who dares to offend the Xiantian sect will not be spared. Lin Xuanyu sensed that his master had arrived and immediately stood up to welcome him. He told the story from beginning to end without any embellishment, but he avoided the important points and the trivial points. It was easy to find out what had happened. Spirit Lord Tongxian only needed to ask a few people, and he would be able to obtain the complete story. Therefore, he did not hide anything. However, if he ignored a part of the story and only mentioned what he wanted Spirit Lord Tongxian to know, it was not that difficult. Even if his intentions were to be exposed, no one would say anything about it. After all, what he said was the truth. How dare he be so arrogant? Where is he now? I must let him know that the Xiantian sect is not a sect he can offend. Spirit Lord Tongxian did not care much about his disciple. However, he had always valued the reputation of the sect. Not only did he hear that someone looked down on the Xiantian sect, even if he heard someone say something bad about the Xiantian sect, he would show his authority on the spot. He would show the might of the Xiantian sect. The Xiantian sect was a reputable sect in the entire immortal realm. They had been around for tens of thousands of years and had a strong foundation. Qin Yu suddenly felt a strong sense of malice descending. Although it didn't have any effect on him, this malice also meant that some existence had its eyes on him. Moreover, this person was slightly stronger than Mubai. Why would such a powerful person target him for no reason? He thought about what had happened at the exchange. There were only two people who could attract such a powerful expert. Immortal Lord Bai Su or Lin Xuanyu. The latter was more likely. After all, the former was severely injured and could not even take care of himself, not to mention attracting powerful experts to cause trouble for him. They are really restless. I thought that the Xiantian sect had something to do with Master. That's why they did not kill him. Who knew that they would attract such a powerful expert? It could be said that he was quite shameless. Qin Yu was still alone in the city, Lord's mansion. If someone really came looking for him, he would just go up and greet them. Spirit Lord Tongxian left without hesitation. In a flash, he brought Lin Xuanyu to the sky above the city Lord mansion. Opening his mouth slightly, Zhang Xian channeled his energy into his dantian, and his voice echoed throughout the entire Baixia city. You were the one who provoked my profound heaven sect. No matter how talented a Xian immortal is, he still has to respect his seniors. Mu Bai stood out with a gloomy expression. This was what he hated the most about the profound heaven sect. They were very protective of their own people. He had clearly seen what had happened earlier. It was Lin Xuanyu who had provoked him first, and he had also attacked him first. They wanted to injure him just because they were stronger. He had seen the fatal blow more clearly than anyone else. How could he have the nerve to find Spirit Lord Tongxian, who was even stronger? However, his kind words did not have any effect. Instead, he was pushed to the side. For a moment, he was both anxious and annoyed. As the city lord, when had he ever suffered such grievances? All the other sects treated him with respect. Only the profound heaven sect was the most arrogant and did not take him, the city lord, seriously. He was not from a small sect like the Cloud Immortal City. He was just a small city at the border. He did not have any reputation or power. He was the city lord of a large city. Brother Qin is my guest. Even if you want to attack, you have to get my permission first. Let's not talk about other things. Your attitude right now is not taking me seriously. Spirit Lord Tongxian looked at him coldly and waved his wide sleeves casually. The powerful invisible shockwave directly sent him flying, and he fell heavily on the rockery. The extremely sturdy fake mountain shattered into countless pieces, and dust flew everywhere. Mu Bai spat out a mouthful of blood. There was also a dark red stain on his black robe. You've gone too far. After all, he was the city lord of a city. Now that he had suffered such a huge grievance, he had no way to seek redress. Is this how the profound heaven sect treats people? As expected of a large sect. Your bearing is extraordinary. Aren't you looking for me? I'm already here. Qin Yu walked out step by step. His steps were slow, but in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of him. As he approached, he helped Mu Bai up from the ground. Then he stuffed an elixir to protect his heart meridians into his mouth. Only then did he size up this expert who had suddenly appeared. His strength was at least at the Sage King realm. However, he had faced a Sage King expert before. Now that another one had appeared, his expression would not change at all. He was just calm and deep. Lin Xuanyu did not know why, but he was a little flustered. However, no matter how strong a person was, could he still challenge so many people above his level? That was impossible. At least, he had never heard of such a thing before. Even a peerless genius could only defeat an immortal soul as a profound immortal. That was already the limit. It was enough for countless large sects to fight to take him in. Therefore, he did not believe that something even more unbelievable would happen. That was simply impossible. So it's you. To be able to remain calm under my pressure, you do have some strength. You do live up to your reputation. However, that's all. The strength of an immortal level expert is beyond your imagination. The gap between each realm is 100 times. Perhaps your talent is 100 times better than others, but it can't be higher. The strength of Spirit Lord Tongxian was there for all to see. Moreover, he was very confident in breaking through to a higher realm. He was not invincible among those of the same level. However, for someone like Mu Bai, who was at the early stage of immortal level, it was not a problem for him to take on 10 of them. Originally, he was prepared to go into seclusion to cultivate this time. He was going to break through to the Sage King realm. However, something like this had happened. He was prepared to go into seclusion to break through after dealing with this matter. Qin Yu's battle with others at the exchange was not completely fruitless. The experience that he had absorbed had turned into his strength in a short period of time. Compared to when he was at the exchange, he was even more powerful now. Your strength may be very high, but strength is never the right to be arrogant. No one in this world is born to look down on others. Qin Yu was calm, even if he was facing a super expert who was 2 realms higher than him. He did not retreat at all. He was even eager to try. Chapter 899. You good. Spirit Lord Tongshuan's eyes darkened. He really looked down on Mystic Celestial School from the bottom of his heart. With such strength, he was actually so arrogant. Qin Yu knew that there was a difference in strength between the two, so he chose to strike first. The weapon in his hand had been changed to a long sword. If he wanted to better display the strength of the dragon beheading chant, he had to use the drinking dragon sword. Whoosh! Whoosh! Sword flowers dazzled everyone's eyes. The sky was filled with silver light. Tongxian's spirit, Lord's expression, changed slightly. He raised his wide sleeves and gently waved them, collecting the countless silver lights into his sleeves. His dark green robe suddenly exploded with popping sounds. Spirit Lord Tongshuan's face was slightly pale. Beads of sweat had already formed on his forehead. Blood drained from his face. His strength is indeed not bad. That attack actually injured me. It wasn't just an injury. Right now, the hand hidden in his sleeve was severely injured. If he were to roll up his sleeve, he would only see a bloody scene. However, he was wearing a black robe after all, so it wasn't that obvious since it was covered by a large piece of clothing. Qin Yu himself had just comprehended this move, so he was naturally aware of its power. Seeing that he was holding on, he didn't remind him and didn't give him any chance to take a breather. The second move was unleashed. The dragon slaying chant was indeed very useful, but the further it went, the more difficult it was to comprehend. He might as well integrate the advantages and improve them. Now he was using a simplified version of the dragon slaying roar that he had modified. He added in some of his own opinions. He hadn't tested his true strength yet, and Spirit Lord Tongxian was the perfect opponent for him. Just now, it was just a small fight. It looked powerful, but in reality, it couldn't kill with a single blow. They had the advantage of group attacks. However, if he wanted to seriously injure his opponent to the point where he would no longer be able to fight back, it would still be a little difficult. Therefore, his real move had yet to come. This time, I'm serious. I haven't given it a name yet, but I think it wouldn't be a bad name to call it Heaven-Shaking Collapse. In my estimation, it should have the effect of shaking the heavens and collapsing the earth. With a single strike, it can break through the ages, cause the heavens and earth to change. Spirit Lord Tongxian snorted. How could such an effect be achieved? Even he had never thought that he could possess such great power. At the very least, Shenzhen was the only one who could unleash such power that could shatter the heavens and rend the earth. He even wanted to change the heavens and the earth, causing the heavens and the earth to change colors. Perhaps only someone above Shenzhen, who was only in the realm of legends, could do it. It was precisely because of the misfortune in his heart that he did not raise his guard. Without any preparation, he suddenly felt an aura that made his liver and guts shatter. The murderous aura that filled the sky seemed to have materialized. He could even smell the faint scent of blood. It was as if he could see his own appearance before he died. Impossible! What realm are you at? How can you have such powerful strength? This kind of power is enough to destroy the world. He had only felt such a fatal danger from people who were much stronger than him, but now he felt it from a child. Moreover, he had nowhere to run. Spirit Lord Tongshan spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. Now that he was seriously injured, the thought of retreating even rose in his heart. Although he was filled with hatred, since he could not achieve his goal now, he might as well leave for now. For now he would heal his injuries. Naturally, he had countless ways to turn the situation around, just as countless thoughts rose in his mind. Lin Xuanyu was stunned when he saw this scene. Even his extremely powerful master was unable to teach Qin Yu a lesson for him. Previously, he had tried to avoid the trivial. Now it seemed like a joke. He had now become a huge joke. However, Qin Yu would definitely become even more famous after this incident, even if people talked about him as the first disciple of the Xiantian sect. At most, they would lament that he was defeated by Qin Yu. They would only say that he did not live up to his reputation, or that he was born at the wrong time. And all of this was because of Qin Yu's sudden appearance. As long as he was no longer around, Lin Xuanyu would still be the senior brother that everyone respected. Lin Xuanyu's face was filled with determination. Suddenly, a fist-sized black ball appeared in his hand. Mu Bai had been watching from the side. When he saw the black ball, his face was filled with shock. It's actually the Sky Thunderbreak. Dodge! Damn it. Why did this guy suddenly take out the Sky Thunderbreak? Could it be that the Sky Thunderbreak from before had actually fallen into his hands? If that's the case, I should have realized that something was wrong. The Xiantian sect is good at producing such stubborn people. If they can't have something, they won't let others have it. If they can't kill someone, they will use all sorts of methods to kill them. Qin Yu also saw the black ball. However, what he saw was the black ball being thrown at him. In mid-air, countless cracks had already appeared on the black ball. Crack, crack! As the cracks appeared, they became denser and slowly spread across the entire black ball. Suddenly, all the cracks released a powerful purple light. Qi Yan had not learned how to speak yet, but he could sense the danger. He kept trying to pull Lin Xuanyu away, but it was too late. He still stood in front of Lin Xuanyu and wanted to block it. Qin Yu quickly pulled him back. Since it was the Sky Thunderbreak, what could Qi Yan's small body block? Nothing could block it. If he were to join in, he would be throwing his life away instead. It was not worth it at all. Why do you have to go up? Do you know that it's very dangerous? At this moment, the Sky Thunderbreak was already in front of him. However, he did not have the patience to slowly throw the Sky Thunderbreak back. Just as he was about to block it, the Sky Thunderbreak suddenly exploded. The powerful force almost razed the entire city, Lord's Mansion, to the ground. However, in the end, it did not completely raze the entire city, Lord's Mansion, to the ground. More than half of the city, Lord's Mansion, had collapsed. Spirit Lord Tongshan was already injured. After being shaken by the aftershocks, his injuries worsened. He hated Lin Xuanyu in his heart. He could not wait to beat up this disciple that he was once proud of. Why was he causing trouble for no reason? However, it was not that he did not feel happy. Even he would not be able to block such a powerful force. Qin Yu would definitely be turned into countless pieces by this powerful force. If such a powerful person continued to stay, he would soon become a hidden danger to the Xiantian sect. If he attacked the Xiantian sect because of these grudges, it would not be worth it. It was better to kill him in the cradle. At least that would be safe. Chapter 900. With this troublesome factor out of the picture, he could temporarily feel more at ease. However, when the dust settled, he was shocked to see a red light screen. Qin Yu was still standing behind the red light screen. He was not affected in the slightest. When the red light faded, he appeared in front of him without a speck of dust. There were no unnecessary injuries on his body. Not even a speck of dust could be found on his body. How is this possible? How is this possible? Your strength is not so heaven-defying. When Horong returned, she saw such a dangerous scene. She did not care about anything else and used all her strength to block it. Although the power of the heavenly thunderbreak was indeed very strong, to her it was a bit like a joke. Due to her concern, she used almost half of her strength to protect herself. Half of the city lord's mansion was saved in one breath, and it was safe and sound. Coincidentally, Spirit Lord Tongxian and Lin Xuanyu, the main culprit, were together outside the protection. I don't know if his strength is heaven-defying or not, but you dared to provoke my son's friend with such weak strength. Did you eat a leopard's guts? If she had come back a little later, she was not sure if Qin Yu would have come out unscathed. Qi Yan was right beside him at the time. Qin Yu saw Huarong at the last moment. He did not try to stop her, even if Huarong did not suddenly appear to help him block the power of the explosion. He was 80% sure that the heavenly lightning break would return the same way it came. However, he saw that Huarong had already made her move. He did not do anything else. Huarong did not care so much now. Her mind was filled with the scene she had just seen. If she had come back a little later, she did not dare to imagine how bad things would have been. Spirit Lord Tongxian did not even have time to redress his grievances. He was slapped to death with a single slap. Lin Xuanyu's name was no exception. Huarong first broke his limbs slowly. Then, she carefully kept him alive. It was only after he had been thoroughly tortured that he was sent to see his master. After doing all this, Huarong's gaze suddenly fell on Mubai. I'm sure I haven't done anything to let you down. Originally, I wanted to make a move, but that old fellow's strength is 2 small realms higher than mine. I'm also powerless. Alarm bells rang in his mind. The fate of the previous 2 people was simply too tragic. Not only was he killed, but his corpse had also turned into a pile of meat. Obviously, he would also be reduced to dust. There were no other possibilities. I know. I'll have to trouble you to take care of Qi Yan and Qin Yu for me during this time. Take this. It might be of some help to you. A glowing object suddenly flew out from Huarong's body and landed on Mubai's hand. When he saw clearly what was in his hand, Mubai couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Wasn't this the ancient god crystal grass that he had always wanted to find? This kind of thing was really too rare. Even if he didn't find someone to make it into a pill, directly swallowing it could increase one's strength. If he took it out and let someone make it into a suitable pill, it could even greatly increase one's strength without any side effects. He had been trapped in this realm for a very long time. If he didn't make any progress in his realm, his future would stop here. But if he had this, it would be different. He could use this to increase his strength, obtain a more possible future, and become a city lord with more potential. Even if he met Spirit Lord Tongxian again in the future, he believed that he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Just now he was sent flying with a wave of his hand and was seriously injured. No one knew how much hatred he had in his heart and how much he wanted to increase his strength. Counting the things he had taken out during this period of time, there weren't many things. However, these were just ordinary things. There was no way to compare with this at all. Even if there were 10 or 100 times more of those things, in his eyes, they couldn't compare to this grass. Thank you. This thing is really too important to me. I won't stand on ceremony with you. Mubai was really too eager. Huarong didn't take this matter to heart. This thing was indeed quite precious, but for her realm, it was no longer a big deal. Mubai just did some small things within his ability. Huarong knew very well who was the one who really took care of Qian. In the future, that so-called Xiantian sect will still send people to cause trouble for you. I have a piece of armor here that can help you block all attacks below the level of a Holy King. It can even block a Holy King's full-powered attack 3 times. A fiery red heart protection mirror slowly floated out. This was specially made by Huarong using the blood in her heart and the hardest scale on her body. After spending countless precious treasures, he finally managed to barely take shape. Looking at the small piece of heart protection mirror that floated motionlessly, as if it didn't have any power, Mubai couldn't help but gulp again. How good would it be if this thing was given to him? This was something that could block a holy king's full-powered attack 3 times. It was just right for his realm. If he had this thing without any accidents, he could safely advance to the level of a holy king. But now that he already had something, such a top-grade treasure couldn't be given to him. As the city lord, all he did was open the door a little, not to mention that he had other ideas. If he really shamelessly set his eyes on this palm-sized heart protection mirror, then he was worse than a beast. So he could only look at it enviously, but he couldn't ask for it. Qin Yu accepted it very calmly. This was the rightful reward. Although this was a very rare treasure, to Huarong, the most important thing was still her child. Compared to this, everything else was nothing. Naturally, he wouldn't decline the offer. As expected, she saw Qin Yu put away the palm-sized heart protection mirror. Huarong also let out a sigh of relief. She was already a holy king. Although she wasn't used to the fickleness of human nature, she also knew how greedy humans could be. If she didn't accept it, she would only think that Qin Yu was plotting something bigger. So this was very good. I see that your strength seems to be much higher than the realm you show in front of everyone. Although the martial arts you're currently cultivating are all top grade, but I have something here that can save your life. You can see if it's useful to you. Chapter 901. It was a palm-sized puppet. This puppet could only be used once, but it could crush anyone below the level of a holy king in its strongest form. It could even be used to deal with a holy king. It was not that Huarong did not have it, but she did not dare to take it out. Moreover, it was useless to Qin Yu now. Qin Yu did not even look at it and directly accepted it. He once again expressed his thanks. Huarong could not help but look at him again. Treasures like this were rare even to her. There was actually someone who was indifferent to such treasures, which could save one's life at a critical moment. These 2 treasures could be used for many things, one for attack and one for defense, and could ensure that one would not be defeated by a holy king. If not for the fact that she owed him so much, she would not be willing to take out the treasures that she had kept for a long time. Qi Yan seemed to know that it was almost time to part. He could not help but rub against Qin Yu's leg. Soon, he reluctantly let go again. Huarong already had the antidote in her hands. She could not take the initiative to feed him the antidote, so this step was left to Qin Yu. After swallowing the antidote, Qi Yan lay on the ground, black blood flowing out of his mouth. He rolled around in pain, and after a while he fell to the ground on his last breath. But his spirit was much better. When Huarong went over, she easily carried her child in her arms. Thank you so much for this time. If not for you, I don't know what would have happened. If you have any problems in the future, you can find me at the Sea of Ascension. Mubai secretly memorized this name. After all, no one knew if he would have any problems in the future. With this relationship, if he encountered any problems in the future, he might be able to ask for help. Although the treatment might not be too good, as long as he could give a generous reward, it would not be too difficult. Qin Yu still did not change, as if he did not take the Fire Qilin clan to heart. In fact, he just did not think that there would be a day when he would ask the Fire Qilin clan for help. If he happened to pass by there, he could go and take a look. Otherwise, forget it. Before leaving, Qi Yan ran over to Qin Yu while skipping and hopping. He mustered all his strength and forced out a drop of heart blood from between his eyebrows. This drop of heart's blood directly drilled into Qin Yu's forehead. No one could stop him even if they wanted to. It was as if he was just a shadow. Before you left, you insisted on signing a friendly and equal contract with him. She already knows how to side with outsiders at such a young age. I don't know what to do in the future. Huarong looked on helplessly. Although the Fire Qilin clan was not as arrogant as the Dragon clan and would rather die than lower their heads, they would never take the initiative to ask for a contract. Others said that they took the initiative to request for a contract. Usually it would be hard for others to find traces of their Fire Qilin race. Countless people wanted to find where they lived, and they searched until they broke their heads. Qi Yan, on the other hand, had actually taken the initiative to force out his heart's blood in just a few days to establish an equal treaty. Although they were considered equal, at most, they wouldn't be forced to do something without being able to resist. In fact, it was still a pet-like position. In fact, he wasn't any better than One-Eyed. At most, he had a little more freedom. But as long as he was summoned, he could immediately go to Qin Yu's side. Qi Yan ignored everything and waited for the contract to be completely established before he left in satisfaction. Mu Bai's envy, jealousy, and hatred were about to overflow. He never thought that, Qin, you would be able to harvest a divine beast so easily. Moreover, he took the initiative to sign a contract and looked extremely obedient. It was clearly something that he should have expected. But now that this kind of thing really happened, he still felt very surprised. If you feel envious, you can also find the residents of the Fire Qilin clan yourself and see if there are any underage Fire Qilins willing to sign a contract with you. Hearing this, Mu Bai was completely dispirited. If he could do this, he wouldn't need to worry. Not to mention signing a contract with a little Fire Qilin. He might not even be able to walk in. Even if he did, he would definitely be viewed with hostility. Forget it. I'd better think about how to rebuild my city better. That way, I, as the city lord, will have more say. Are you going to deal with the 2 corpses outside, or should I? I don't want to get into so much trouble. Qin Yu directly waved his hand and let One-Eyed deal with the corpses. Actually, they couldn't be called corpses anymore. They had been crushed into a pile of minced meat. Mu Bai was really jealous in his heart, but he wasn't prepared to really do anything. But if he didn't do anything, he would still feel very uncomfortable in his heart. Seeing the minced meat on the ground that couldn't be washed away, he suddenly had an idea. He asked the kitchen to cook some minced meat, stir-fried vegetables. He used the best spiritual meat that was full of immortal qi. Those dishes were also all kinds of heavenly treasures, not to mention increasing one's strength in one mouthful. It was also beneficial to one's cultivation. Normally, he wouldn't even touch such a good item. Today, he went all out and took out the best materials in the warehouse. He asked someone to cook a large meal and sent it directly to Qin Yu. Isn't it too obvious that he's hitting the master? When the dragon soul saw the minced meat, stir-fried vegetables, he didn't really want to eat it. Seeing the minced meat reminded him of the miserable deaths of Spirit, Lord Tongxian, and Lin Xuanyu. On the other side, the Xiantian sect had already started to shake. Spirit, Lord Tongxian, and Lin Xuanyu died almost at the same time. The soul sees that the 2 of them, created with special methods, also shattered at the same time. They suddenly disappeared without a trace, which meant that the 2 of them were already dead. The current Xiantian sect master, Sage Xuantian's expression was quite ugly. Spirit Lord Tongxian was the disciple he was most proud of. He was also the best candidate to compete for the next sect master. Normally, he thought that it was his duty to protect the Xiantian sect. Moreover, he was selfless and emotionless. Such a person was most suitable to be the sect master. Now was the most intense time for the competition for the position of sect master. It wouldn't be long before the next sect leader's successor was announced. When the time came, he could also retreat behind the scenes and quietly break through to a higher level. But now everything was ruined. Unbeknownst to him, the best candidate had already died, along with his most promising grand disciple. They all died so inexplicably, and no one even found their bodies. What the hell is going on? I want to know everything in the shortest time possible. Sage Xiantian immediately used most of the power of the entire Xiantian sect to investigate thoroughly. Chapter 902. Both of them were in Baixia City when they died. The profound Heaven Sect's people were dispatched at the same time and soon found out everything that had happened. But it was precisely because they found out everything that they couldn't understand. How could a profound immortal kill an immortal soul and a celestial spirit at the same time? Those people are already here. Do you want to lie low for a while?" Mu Bai couldn't help but worry. He was not worried that this fire would burn him. Instead, he was sincerely worried that Qin Yu would get into trouble because of this. "It doesn't matter. If I run now, wouldn't mean that I'm guilty? But I didn't do anything against my will. Everything I did was open and above board. Heaven and earth can be my witness. They should be the ones with no reason. How can I leave?" Not only was he not going to leave, he was going to stay here and wait for the profound heaven sex people to find him. Whether it was anger or anger, it was fine. He was going to wait for this matter to be resolved before leaving Baisha City. Mu Bai couldn't understand how someone could be so calm in the face of danger and not take it to heart. But that didn't stop him from admiring him. Sure enough, someone soon found the city, Lord's residence. Many people saw what happened that day, but the Fire Qilin had already left. He wanted to build a good relationship with the Fire Qilin clan. Perhaps he could use the Fire Qilin clan in the future. So he couldn't reveal any information about the Fire Qilin clan to the Profound Heaven sect. He didn't know anything. He didn't know anything at all. The Profound Heaven sect's people were still furious when they left. They're really going too far. Do they really think we're fools? He didn't know anything at all. Someone saw the Fire Qilin on their side, and there were also people who saw eldest senior brother using the heavenly thunderbreak. There's so much evidence, and he still doesn't admit it. Isn't he afraid that I'll expose him? Everyone will be embarrassed. However, Lin Xuanga remained unmoved by these words. Lin Xuanyu was dead. This was the best news for him. Even if he investigated, he didn't put in much effort. It was already good enough that he was dead. As for who killed him, he didn't care at all. Moreover, all kinds of evidence showed that it was the Fire Qilin's side who had acted. It was at least a Saint King. Against such an expert, small fries like them would only be sending themselves to their deaths. Even if Spirit Lord Tongxian went there, he would definitely die. What could ordinary people like them do even if they were sent up? Moreover, he had no idea why Spirit Lord Tongxian would suddenly appear here. At the end of the day, they were still in the wrong. Therefore, no one could blame anyone. No one could blame anyone. Don't talk so much. We don't have to care about so many things. These things should be left to other people to do. If there's nothing else, then be a little more careful. Since we were sent here to offend someone, we should think about whether or not we've offended someone in the sect. Lin Xuanga scoffed at this matter. He courted death, and in the end he really died. Furthermore, he had also caused so much trouble for the entire sect, causing him to lose a lot of time to rest. However, Qin Yu received an uninvited guest on his side. A woman floated down from the sky like a fairy. With a light tap of her toes, she stood on a branch. However, her body did not move at all. Her pink dress was spotless. However, her gaze was extremely cold, as if it was filled with endless malice. "It's you? You don't seem to be very strong. You should be just an ordinary passerby who is implicated. But who asked you to be related to this matter? Spirit Lord Tongxian and Lin Xuanga gave me 200,000. I must give the sect master an explanation. You are just unlucky to have encountered this matter. Duo Shu wanted to find a scapegoat. She did not have the strength to find the Fire Qilin clan. However, if she returned without any results, she would only be punished. So, she would catch as many as she could. Usually, they would use this method to complete their tasks. If they really could not find the culprit, or if the difference in strength was too great, then they would just catch someone who was deeply involved in this matter and return to act as the culprit. This would be considered complete. Qin Yu was the most likely person she had found. If he had resisted and caused all this, it was not unreasonable. It was just that his strength was slightly weaker. However, this was not a big deal. She could directly cripple his strength and then bring him back to say that he was already at the immortal realm. No one would investigate in detail. She could also complete the task naturally and receive the generous reward. This person was at the immortal realm. However, Although he was strong, his thoughts were not very pure. Instead of finding the culprit, he wanted to find someone to stand out and take the blame. He did not care if the culprit was innocent or not. He did not even investigate. He did it as soon as he thought of it. He did not care about the lives of ordinary people at all. Unfortunately, the person she provoked this time was not an ordinary person. Duo Shu's strength was not much different from Spirit Lord Tongxuan's. Qin Yu quickly blocked and counterattacked. He estimated the difference in strength between the two of them. Then he took out the figurine that the fire Qilin gave him. Once enough power was injected into it, the figurine would grow with the wind. It grew taller and taller until it was the height of two people. Duo Shu's expression changed. I didn't expect you to be so strong. It seems that I've accidentally found the real culprit. Such a powerful treasure, greed, flashed through her mind. There was no immortal realm person who did not want to obtain such a treasure. However, she knew that she had to dodge now because she could not beat this figurine that suddenly appeared. She was outstanding for her dexterity. After dodging continuously, the weapon in her hand changed into a small dagger. Without hesitation, she went for Qin Yu's neck. Such a powerful treasure can only be used in my hands. Bang! Qin Yu just stood there. He did not try to dodge. On the contrary, Duo Shu was directly rebounded and took a few steps back. Just as she was about to reveal a flaw, Lin Yiqian's expression changed. A fierce light flashed through the figurine's eyes. The powerful force suppressed Duo Shu until she could not move. Suddenly, a huge palm slapped down. Duo Shu died. One-Eyed looked and resigned himself to take the initiative to clean up the corpse. Anyway, this was not the first time. Clean it up. After all, we are in someone else's house. It's best if no one can tell. Qin Yu recalled the figurine and returned to the house. Because Duo Shu had not returned, the people of Xiantian's sect were in trouble again.